You are invited to consider a phenomenon. In a peculiar world of extraordinarily peculiar extreme sports. Warning, listening to this podcast may increase the likelihood that you will engage in an unconventional workout of the imagination. Buckle up. We are streaming to you live from fabulous Shredopolis. 3 small, curious islands nestled in an aqua-blue ocean, where the atmosphere is as charming as the Greek islands of Santorini, as soulful as the local surf town, and as peculiar as the artful inventions straight out of a Dr. Seuss picture book. It's a place where people can live in what feels like an island utopia, knowing that their community is the epicenter for the most dynamic extreme sports events in the history of the universe. The Shred Games. If you're watching from the drone footage that we're taking right now from high in the sky, your eyes are mystified as we travel. You look down at astounding aerial views of sunlit islands, glistening ocean, and picturesque landscapes embellished with whimsical architecture. In particular, the quite inventive extreme sports venues stand out. A revolving stunt park amphitheater, home to skateboarders, freestyle BMX riders, and unicyclists. An endless wave pool carved into an ocean bay. A triple-loop racetrack. Whoa! How about that? A Herculean spaceman robot on a skateboard just dropped down from the sky before our eyes. He's performing skate tricks in midair, right in front of us. He's plummeting down now toward a gigantic skate ramp below. He launches off it, and he skyrockets back up into outer space. In the midst of all of this, just across the skyway, the soft, flickering neon sign atop the iconic Shred Games Space Hop Café beckons us. This tall, space-aged, needle-type structure flaunts a space hop transit tower at the top, where a steady stream of flying saucers arrive and depart. Sort of a truck stop for flying saucers. A futuristic, glass-tubed elevator transports guests to the ground floor cafe restaurant, where they encounter good food and a favorite hangout for athletes and visitors alike. Inside the cafe, a trendy online sports influencer hosts the day's streaming show. He is a hog. You heard me right, a hog. Pink skin, red hair, slight gut, gray slouchy beanie, denim jeans, and a black t-shirt with his name, Pig Floyd, printed in white letters across the chest.
Yeah, Pint Floyd here, and you made it in time for the show. Kapoosh! It's gonna blow your mind. Take a look at this behind me here, the Shred Games Wall of Fame.
Pig Floyd is the quintessential host for all things Shred Games. We watch him strut toward the dedicated wall that displays memorabilia of madcap extreme sports. Trophies, autographed photos, collector's items, and such. But it's when he gets to the posters. Well, that's when our perception plays tricks on us. It's as if the posters come to life as he describes each one. Although, I suppose, what better way to get your sports news?
Portraits of world-class athletes, unicycles, mobilots, board riders.
Our first poster, a skeletal hawk launches a unicycle off a half-pipe ramp. He sails through the air into a triple 360.
This is what we call the Air 1080, one of our most impressive unicycle stunts, performed by one of our most revered athletes, Proton.
More about Proton later. Right now, our boy Pig Floyd is moving on to the next poster, the Mobilot Games.
Mobilots. These guys look almost human, but they transform into race cars. Throughout the course of a race, they switch back and forth. In man mode, they maneuver through insane obstacle courses. In race car mode, they compete on a triple loop track. The Mobilot Games are sick. And then there's the board riders. Oh, she's dropping in. Don't let the look of this dainty board rider deceive you. Her board may look like a snowboard, but it's actually what's called an ASP, ASP, an all-season plank. And the major city course provides the perfect terrain for her to show off her stuff.
And there she goes. She drops into a snowpipe. She launches into the air, rides across snow, sand, grass, water, while her board adjusts to the various terrains.
These are the Shred Games, and you better believe the ability to perform is one serious business.
One final poster. Robot surfers take on the challenge of the flawless waves that flow from the Bombay Island endless wave pool.
In this contest, only the most committed surfers are daring enough to venture into these pristine setups.
That said, the spaceman robot. Remember him? He's out in the water.
What? Did that dude just whistle for a shark? That is one sleek and streamlined fish that just surged to the surface of the contest water.
Surfers are knocked from their boards.
That beast just scared off the competition.
The booming splash of the gigantic creature may have just created a new paragon of the perfect wave. The spaceman robot takes the wave.
The dude is going off. Oh, he just ran that guy over. But he's maneuvering his board like a superstar. Oh, that's it. He wants to set a new bar for surfing performance.
Ever wonder how far is going too far? Pig Floyd was not at all happy about the spaceman robot employing this kind of tactic.
You know, it's been said, there are those who possess great ability, and then again, there are those who are possessed by it. This, my friends, is where our story begins.
This is the Shred Games new podcast. Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z.
Back in the day, the term mad scientist might have described this situation. Everyone just called him the old scientist. Whatever you want to call him, this one old scientist had become obsessed with Shred Games glory, and he was fully engrossed in an attempt to engineer his own mutant super athlete.
Pig Floyd suddenly pulled a tall red-headed woman toward the microphone.
Madam, hey, can you come over here?
Yes?
Can you help me out here?
What would you like, Pig Floyd?
It wouldn't be right to tell this part of the story without hearing your side. Tell us what you know.
Honestly, back when I knew him, his life had already taken a somewhat troubling direction. He spent hours and hours in that laboratory. He was driven, you see. This was not to be some kind of Frankenstein monster he was bringing into the world. No. This was to be a spectacular athletic specimen. That's what he told himself, anyway. But then one night, it happened. It was over 20 years ago. Deep in the forest, ghostly dark, just a sliver of moon, eerie. A futuristic Hobbit-style portal set into a hillside, the entrance to an underground science lab. A staccato of sizzling zaps emitted from within its heavy double doors. An electrical experiment, enough to make your skin crawl, lit up in the portal windows. Inside the laboratory, a wild-haired man in a black lab coat sat at a workstation playing with beakers of glowing purple ooze. A large, outdated-looking apparatus filled the room. It rattled with the hum of clinking metal. It was a comical contraption that resembled a gigantic marble run toy with transparent tubing that twisted and turned every which way. The old scientist hobbled toward his clattering birthing device. He took a deep breath. Drops of sweat rolled down his forehead. He was worried. What if his efforts had been in vain? What if he failed? Instantly, his nerves were calmed at the sight of a bright blue oval whizzing like an enormous living marble through the clear plastic tubing. The experiment was working.
But wait, he zooms through those lab tubes. He's not even born yet. Zoom, kid, zoom. That's it. Your name is gonna be Zoomer. I love it. Zoomer.
Before the old man could finish congratulating himself, the blue oval stopped. A full dead stop. Like a clog in the bathroom drain. He watched as the blue oval struggled to push through the tubing. Pressure built, constant pressure, when suddenly, two big blue eyes opened wide. Crammed against that clear plastic tubing from the inside, the eyes magnified. They looked enormous. And then the slow sound of cracking plastic. The kind of crackling sound that grows and grows until more and more cracks form. A warning blared.
Holy smokes, baby's coming!
The old scientist moved so fast toward that crazy contraption, it was as if he'd found some kind of super energy out of nowhere. He grabbed onto an oversized lever attached to the side of the apparatus and wrestled and yanked on the thing until finally he pulled it all the way down. Bam! The blue oval zoomed ridiculously fast through the plastic tubing until it shot out like a softball from a pitching machine straight into the scientist's timely placed hands. The old guy was speechless. He stared at the miniature blue oval cradled in his palms. A twitch. Pop. A tiny blue face. Big blue eyes. Soft blue skin. Oversized pointed ears. The little one came to life with the movements of a newborn. Teeny tiny fisted hands and all.
Zoomer was born. He was a lab experiment. Part skylock, with skin and hair as blue as the sky.
Straight away, the old scientist flipped the newborn over to examine him more closely. Two perfectly jet-shaped growths appeared on the back of each of the baby's arms. The scientist pressed down on one of the infant's air jet arms. a slight wisp of air emitted.
Ah, the creme de la creme of all experiments. A skylock with robotic air-jet propulsion.
What a triumph! The old man beamed. He laid the baby on an operating table and began to wrap him in a diaper.
Kid, you're gonna be worth your weight in pure Shred Games gold.
It was true. A hybrid skylock with air jet capability was a combination that would guarantee athletic superiority. Cha-ching! You could even say he was to be the first Zoomer ever with the potential to become a world-class intergalactic athlete.
Then, out of the blue, the scientist's face looked spooked.
What? He has no feet.
He held the baby up. Sure enough, Zoomer was a blue skylock with no legs and no feet. In fact, he looked like a blue weeble or one of those wooden stacking dolls.
Oh! You can't be in the Shred Games if you don't have feet.
The scientist paced back and forth. He was angry. He kept holding the baby up from time to time, checking just to be sure that his lost hope was really real.
And just like that, it was over. A failed experiment. A full-on blunder.
Days went by. A decision had to be made. Zena's home for kids seemed like a good idea. A little ways off of Shred Games Avenue, there's a road that leads to a dead-end street called Orchanvilly Place. On that street, there's a house, the only two-story house in the neighborhood, nestled in a large fenced yard. The air was damp, chilly, post-rainfall. On this night, just after 10 p.m., a not-so-mysterious stranger in a black lab coat opened the unlocked front gate to the yard of Zena's home for kids. The man stepped onto the walkway. Shabby loafers, plumes of white hair protruding out the sides of a black baseball cap. Under his right arm, a hand-me-down woven basket clutched tightly to his chest. It was the old scientist. He had a task to complete. He walked a short, shivering pace toward the front porch. 1 step, 2 steps, splash! A puddle of rainwater. With a gruff mumble, he shook the water off his foot. A stir came from within the basket. Only for a moment. The scientist continued on. The sooner he was rid of this bundle, the sooner he'd forget how he'd gone from hero to zero.
It's not that Zoomer was different. Everyone in Shredopolis is different. But Zoomer was supposed to become a super athlete, a record-breaking, show-stopping, put on a pedestal sports celebrity, not to mention highly paid. Zoomer's purpose in the world was to perform. What was he worth now?
At the front door, under the dim glow of a single porch light, the cast-off basket was left anonymously. A note attached read, "Take good care of him. His name is Zoomer." This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, the legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. The featured song in this episode is Magnanimous, written and directed by Skiwiff and Sid Dale. Courtesy of Pedigree Cuts. Courtesy of Universal Music. Listen to it in full on Spotify. Original music by Joybird. Felipe Adorno Vassao. John Herberman. Francesco Giovanangelo. Tenacious Orchestra. High Street Music. Soundside.
Sports training in its finest form has this element to it, where you've got to learn what's not true so that you can unlearn it. This might be one of the most useful skills in life. The thing about the Shred Games podcast is that we're here to take you into a very different world of sports, to inspire you. So it's up to us to stretch your imagination, make you laugh, and make you challenge your own assumptions, because the ways you underestimate can hold you back more than you know. So far, this story makes you wonder what kind of life will Zoomer have, right? What was it like for him to be a kid? Our story picks up with Zoomer at 6 years old. Picture the image of a young boy's face. Blue complexion, with bushy blue hair and oversized pointed ears. His small blue frame makes him easy to spot in the backyard of Zena's home for kids. It's been said, there is always one moment in a child's life when the door opens and lets the future in. In a moment, a little girl will take Zoomer by the hand and lead him to that door.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. Six years went by. On this particular day, a crisp breeze scented the air. The sweet smells of summertime. A freshly mowed lawn. A backyard barbecue. Watermelon. Childhood. School was out. The large backyard at Zena's home for kids was a whirlwind of activity. A testimony to childhood. Childhood in Shredopolis. Two Aerobot boys chased each other on bikes. A young toad practiced over and over again on his skateboard, trying to get a tailspin finger flip right. A young robo girl busily stretched out her little arms as high as she could, desperately trying to reach the power button on the outdoor big screen, hoping to turn the thing on. If you haven't figured it out by now, hybrid beings are typical in Shredopolis. An 8-year-old little pink cat girl, wearing hover skate shoes, made her way to a craft table that was covered with art supplies. Across the way, a young Mobilot boy whizzed around the yard in race car mode. Purposely trying to annoy everyone. And 6-year-old Zoomer, he hopped like crazy to get out of the way before the boys on one of those vehicles ran him over. Exhausted, he finally grabbed onto the craft table, relieved. All of a sudden, the outdoor big screen turned on. It captured Zoomer's full and complete attention. Sports announcers Casper and Blowtorch were reporting from Proton's Arena.
Casper, this is awesome. We've got this live show today.
I'm stoked, but you gotta go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it, Blowtorch.
Happy to oblige. Live from Proton's Arena, it's a new day in Shred Games.
Proton, the highly revered skeletal hawk unicyclist, had built his own stunt park amphitheater, Proton's Arena. After many years of winning a multitude of competitions and awards, Proton had become the ultimate unicycle trainer.
We've got the up-and-coming unicyclists trying out today. These young riders are hoping to acquire the great Proton as their trainer for the unicycle games.
Wacky unicyclists were performing hilarious tricks and stunts. They raced one another, pedaling hard on their electric unicycles. Of all the kids in the backyard, no one was more captivated watching the unicyclists than Zoomer.
Holy cow. Look at that. No way!
He grabbed some paper, a handful of colored markers, and he drew a marker drawing of himself with a wheel where his feet should be. Casper and Blowtorch interview Proton.
Proton, you've got some talented young kids out here today. Can you tell us, what is it you look for when you consider training a unicycle rider in your program?
That question is a lot easier to answer than it is to accomplish. I'll tell you what, performance is essential. You boys know that. But I look for athletes with talent who put character before performance. That's something you don't always see.
Excuse me, guys, but speaking of something you don't always see, look at Major Trep.
Major Trip was 13 at the time, and guess what? He's the spaceman robot. As a teenager, he was already on track to make his place in Shred Games history. Right now, though, he was standing upright on his unicycle, smiling wide, and waving to the crowd with robust showmanship. Major Trip weaved in and out in flashy, showboating style. He did a handstand on his unicycle.
He's doing the handstand?
The bottom of one of his shoes popped out a flag that read, "It's all about me."
It's all about me? No way.
The Major switched gears. He hid behind a half-pipe ramp and proceeded to methodically trip unsuspecting competitors. The unicycle riders flew every which way.
Whoa!
And mostly, they crash-landed.
Ooh. That stinks.
In the backyard, young Zoomer's eyes bugged out. He watched the security guards grab Major Trip and escort him out of the arena.
Looks like young Major Trip is not really interested in the kind of training we do here. That's too bad. Hey guys, let's get these kids some help.
Proton and two trainees rushed to aid the wounded riders. The helpful trainees checked the wounds, made sure everyone was taken care of, and gave Proton the OK sign.
Here's the thing, and this is what I try to get through to my guys. Performance may give you an image, but image is not what you are. What you are as a person is far more important than what others think of you.
Proton patted the backs of the trainees who helped.
So we have a motto here at Proton's Arena. In this training program, there's more to the game than making a name.
At the backyard craft table, Zoomer stared. He thought Proton was so cool. He finished his marker drawing and added a last-minute touch. He drew Proton training him. The little pink cat girl noticed Zoomer from across the table. Her name was Deluxe. Deluxe looked almost human, except for her feline characteristics and her pink coloring. Pink skin, big pink eyes, and dainty cat ears that protruded from her dark fuchsia hair.
Hey, your name is Zoomer, right? I bet you want to be one of Proton's unicycle riders, don't you? One of Proton's? Yeah.
He just realized a girl spoke to him. He quickly rolled up his marker drawing so she couldn't see. The boys on bikes interrupted their conversation. They whizzed past Zoomer so fast that he toppled over like an oddball weeble. But unlike a weeble, he couldn't get back up. The boys raced past him again, laughing loudly. Zoomer spun like a bottle on the ground. He screamed for help. Since Deluxe was wearing her Heeley-styled hover skate shoes, she circled Zoomer. Inquisitive, she studied him.
Oh. You don't have feet. Too bad. You can't be in the Shrekins if you don't have...
She stopped herself. For a moment, she just stared at him with her big, beautiful pink eyes.
I know. Take my hand. I'll teach you to dance. What?
Deluxe pulled him up and set the unsuspecting Zoomer onto one of her hover skate shoes.
It's okay. I don't know. You could sit on my feet. I'll twirl you around. You won't fall down, I promise. Okay, I guess. You ready? Hang on now.
She playfully skate danced with Zoomer.
That's it? Wow! Whoa! Holy cow! Whoa! Oops. Zoomer, you're tracking me up.
Then she plopped him down next to the crafts table. He handed her his rolled-up marker drawing.
Here. Oh my gosh, are you doing this to me? Yeah. For you. Wow. I like this drawing.
She gave Zoomer a big, squishy hug. He didn't know what hit him. He smiled from ear to ear. Suddenly, the mini Mobilot race car was speeding around them. Deluxe looked at the race car and took a second look at Zoomer's marker drawing.
Hey, I know what you need.
She whistled to the Mobilot. The mini race car Mobilot sped to a halt in front of them. He transformed into a 12-year-old boy. His name was Ernie. Ernie wore a blue and red uniform. He had wavy brown hair. He stood tall, proud to be a Mobilot.
You're fast, Ernie. Whoa.
Hey, Deluxe. I gotta be fast if I'm gonna be a Mobilot racer.
Whoa!
Zoomer bounced up and down, ecstatic.
What is this?
You've got to meet Zoomer.
Ew. He's that kid with no feet.
Ernie just glared at Zoomer. He looked down on him and was annoyed.
Fast, Ernie! Do it again.
Did he just call me Fast Ernie?
Yeah. Fast Ernie.
Huh. Fast Ernie. I kinda like that. I actually kind of like that.
But hey, Fast Ernie. Look at this. Look.
Deluxe held up Zoomer's drawing.
Zoomer. He needs reels.
It turned out Fast Ernie had been surprisingly bowled over by his new nickname. He lightened up. A lot.
Okay, come on, little guy. I'll give you a ride.
I'll give you a ride. Has there ever been a time when you thought you didn't like someone, only to find out later that you actually liked them a lot? Fast Ernie, Zoomer, and Deluxe spent their childhood years growing up together. Those guys ended up becoming the best of friends.
In preparation for this podcast, Pig Floyd recently interviewed Fast Ernie and Deluxe. They shared some of their childhood experiences.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't into Zoomer at all at first when we were kids, but it was pretty cool how he grew on me. And I'd give him those rides.
Nothing like a piggyback ride from a Mobilot. And speaking from myself being a pig, I think it's pretty funny that there really is nothing like a piggyback ride from a Mobilot.
Well, I try.
You guys are so funny. Okay, do you want to hear this or not?
Please, continue, Deluxe.
Fast Ernie gave Zoomer rides all the time.
Until Deluxe got him that skateboard.
Oh yeah, we gave Zoomer Totus's old skate deck, and he just took off on that thing. Totus was so mad.
What I want to know is, where did Zoomer ever get this idea for a robotic wheel?
That would be Deluxe. It started, I think, on his 12th birthday.
Yeah, but Zoomer already had the idea when he drew that colored marker drawing. But yeah, you're right. I did give him that one book for his 12th birthday.
What was that book again? Some kind of robotic...
Fantastic Robotics.
Oh, yeah. Fantastic Robotics. He loves that thing. He kept studying it after you and I got adopted.
Deluxe, you were adopted by Dee, the owner of the Shred Games Base Hop Café. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah, that was my miracle. And Fast Ernie got adopted by Mobilot parents.
What happened to Zoomer?
Nobody wanted him.
I mean, there was
nothing we could do.
We were just kids.
Well, I finally figured out that I was legally an adult. I was 18 at the time, and I could do something.
Didn't you become his legal guardian?
I did. I remember that like it was yesterday. Zoomer was 12 years old. He was sitting outside on the sidewalk with his skateboard. I showed up with those legal guardian papers and said, "We're out of here."
That was amazing. And the other cool part was how your folks gave you that workshop to live in at the Orchanvilly field.
Oh yeah, the workshop at the Orchanvilly field. That was life-changing. The first thing Zoomer said was, "A workshop where you can build things?" Well, while he's hanging on to that fantastic robotics book.
What happened then?
Heck, man, Zoomer and I went and celebrated at the street fair.
And ended up getting into more trouble.
That's true. Nothing comes easy.
Okay, so let's fast forward in our story now. Zoomer is 12 years old, and Fast Ernie has just become his legal guardian.
Activities were abuzz at the local street fair the day that Zoomer and Fast Ernie went to celebrate. The aroma of fresh-made payad, a popular dessert treat, filled the air. A vendor called out from his payad concession stand.
Payad! Get your payad! Hot payad! Rich, creamy ice payad! Everybody loves payad!
The bouncy house at the street fair looked just like a giant inflatable payad. Kids took their shoes off and went in to bounce. One mischievous kid ran off with another kid's shoes. But a happy 12-year-old Zoomer joyously bounced away. After several minutes of frivolity, Zoomer popped out of the bouncy and onto his skateboard. A young mother sat outside the bouncy waiting for her kids. She spotted Zoomer and frowned. She tried to hide it, but there was a repulsion in that frown. Zoomer wasn't offended. He'd often made himself sort of a living meme to help people adjust to his footless anatomy. He looked up at her with a lighthearted smile and teased.
Can you believe it? Whoever stole my feet while I was on that inflatable bouncy really needs to grow up.
Fast Ernie laughed. He stood a few feet away. He'd caught everything on video.
Zoomer, I can't believe you said that.
What?
You're always saying stuff like that. You crack me up, man.
This is a good day. Hey,
Zoomer, check it out.
Fast Ernie pointed toward the unicycle pros that were doing demos on a half-pipe ramp nearby.
oh man, does that ever look fun?
Go for it, man. I'm gonna go check out the mobile lots.
Cool. See you in a bit.
In a mad dash, Zoomer skateboarded toward the unicycle show.
Little did Zoomer know that he was soon to be surrounded by man-eaters. Dread Loxley and his sidekick Totus, otherwise known as the Dirtbags, were hanging out at the street fair that day. Totus had never gotten over the fact that Zoomer had become so good on Totus's old skate deck.
The Dirtbags positioned themselves to block Zoomer's way. Dread Loxley apparently had nothing better to do.
What do we got here? It's the Freakazoid.
Zoomer maneuvered around them, but Totus got up into his face.
How can you stand letting people see you in public, freak?
Still, Zoomer was pretty good with a quick comeback.
Hey, you guys want to see a magic trick? Want to see a little presto changeo?
The Dirtbags mumbled under their breath, folded their arms, but they were curious.
Now you see me. Now you don't.
Zoomer took off. He zipped right between them on his skateboard. When the Dirtbags rushed to grab him, they slammed into each other.
That's it. You're done.
They were so mad.
Oh no.
They chased him down.
This isn't good.
It got bad. Zoomer panicked. He dodged people, strollers. He knocked over a vendor stand. Then it got worse. An offended mob of bystanders joined the chase. They caught up to Zoomer, grabbed his skate deck, and catapulted him like a slingshot. He flew off his skateboard, slid across the fairway, and slammed into a vendor wall. Zoomer's heart was pounding as a yelling throng cornered him. He looked up at them and screamed. He was scared to death.
I am not a freak!
Dead silence. Fast Ernie broke through the crowd.
Hey, get out of my way.
He'd caught everything on video.
Zoomer! Oh, no.
Next time on Shred Games The Legend of Kid Z, we'll get to hear how Zoomer's welcome to his new life, which felt more like becoming a stranger in a strange land, ended up leading to the mother of all inventions. Or as the famous inventor Thomas Edison put it, to invent, you need a good imagination and a pile of junk.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Character quotes in this episode are attributed to the legendary coach John Wooden. Original music by Emmett Cook, Pierre Gerwig Langer, Francesco Giovanangelo, Soundside, Reagan James, Wes Devine, Stuart Moore, Rimsky Music, Jack Pierce.
The quaint village of Space Hop Island is an artful mix of architecture. Romantic Greece meets retrofuturism. The striking Shred Game Space Hop Café towers high above white paver-stone streets that bustle with local shops, street fairs, and sidewalk merchants. The island is famous for its incredible views, stunning sunsets, whitewashed houses, and dramatic sea cliffs. Situated atop the highest sea cliff is where you'll find the Orchanvilly Field.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. Imagine your favorite memory of being outside in nature. A time when the beauty of nature made everything you see feel like eye candy. Now imagine the Orchanvilly Field. Wildflowers everywhere, Orchanvillies. Dazzling blooms of iridescent color, like a living blanket of rolling hills atop a mighty sea cliff overlooking a sparkling pebbled beach below. Eye candy. At the far end of the stunning flower field, a small patch of forest, an old abandoned barn, recently repurposed. Fast Ernie's workshop, Zoomer's new home. Inside the workshop, gears and tool parts were spread out everywhere. The fantastic robotics manual was laid out on the floor along with everything else. Zoomer sat on the ground, studying a detailed schematic of a robotic prosthetic wheel. He held an opened pack of white sports tape in his hand.
Was I a mistake? I'm not a mistake.
He looked closely at the air jets on the back of his arms. He proceeded to unravel the sports tape and then wrapped his arms with it, covering up the air jets. Just then, Fast Ernie pushed through the doorway.
Hey, I brought my big red toolbox. The welding torch is inside. Did your all-terrain tire come in yet?
Yeah, and all the parts too. Over there.
Zoomer looked relieved to see Fast Ernie. On the workshop table sat an all-terrain wheel. It resembled the wheel in Zoomer's schematic. Next to it, a robotic part, a motor, brackets, and axles. Fast Ernie picked up the robotic part.
What's this thing doing here?
He dumped his toolbox onto the table.
Careful!
Only to knock the wheel, which quickly began to roll toward the edge. Zoomer caught the wheel before it could fall off the table.
Phew, that was close. Just get the welding torch ready, would you?
Fast Ernie was wearing his helmet. He lifted his goggles so he could see better to look through his big red toolbox. He pulled out a welding torch.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Zoomer was busy connecting parts to the all-terrain wheel.
Yeah. I've been studying all about this robotics engineering stuff.
So what exactly is it that you want me to do, Ben?
Zoomer held up the finished wheel.
See this? I want you to attach this wheel to my body.
Ew.
Fast Ernie stood dumbfounded. He held the welding torch and suddenly realized why he needed it.
I don't know about this.
It'll be fine.
Fast Ernie, totally nervous, moved in closer.
Okay. Not exactly a Cinderella moment, but, let's see if the shoe fits.
Don't look so nervous.
Just then, Deluxe poked her head in the door. She was wearing glasses, braces, and a pixie-cut pink hairdo.
Hello. Look what I brought for Z's new Wino.
Z was what Deluxe was calling Zoomer these days. She was 14 now and kind of hip, but also kind of girly silly. She held up a paintbrush and a bucket of pink paint.
Deluxe. Pink paint? I don't think so.
Fast Ernie did not think Deluxe was funny at all. He was anticipating a gnarly job here, holding that welding torch.
Everyone, please be still.
Fast Ernie flipped up his goggles and aimed the torch. A huge flame blazed.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me You guys figured out this whole robotic wheel thing when you were just kids?
In Pig Floyd's recent interview, Fast Ernie and Deluxe shared how they worked together as kids on the robotic wheel.
It was all Zoomer.
It sounds like it was all of you.
I mean, Fast Ernie was 18 by then, but still, with that welding torch, I thought he was gonna burn the place down.
Deluxe, I was afraid of that too. But I was more afraid that Zoomer was gonna be disappointed. It took him a really long time to get that wheel to work.
Oh my gosh, it really did take a long time. We'd try over and over. We'd roll him down the neighborhood hill, and he'd fall and hurt himself so many times. But once he figured it out, that was it.
And then I had a real buddy who wanted to race and have fun building stuff.
And building stuff is exactly what happened. One day, a section of the Orchanvilly field, nearest to Fast Ernie's workshop in the forest, was strewn with junkyard items. A sewer pipe, an old pool slide, a trampoline, wood, and some traffic cones. 12-year-old Zoomer was busy. He hammered away building a quarter-pipe ramp. Fast Ernie opened his big red toolbox, fished around in it, and a light bulb went on.
Are you ready for this? I say we build our own track, like the kind in the Shred games.
You mean like with an obstacle course? Yes! This ramp would be perfect! Plus, we've got all this great junk we can use.
Fast Ernie rolled out some plans he'd drawn for an oversized trapeze-style swing.
And how about we add some aerodynamic refinement? What do you say we build this trapezoid swing for the ultimate trick?
Whoa! That thing is insane!
Zoomer hammered and stopped for a moment.
You know, I should bring Deluxe out here, so she can see what we're doing.
You're in a good mood.
Why wouldn't I be? Check this out!
Zoomer charged up the ramp, grinded across the lip of the ramp platform, and sailed back down. He kept playing on that ramp, imagining he was doing tricks with Proton at Proton's arena. He raced back up the ramp, held a manual, and yelled,
"Hey, look! I could be a professional unicyclist!"
Don't get your hopes up there too high, little guy.
Fast Ernie paid no attention. He was focused on his plans. Zoomer raced down the ramp and back up.
Someday I could shred it at Proton's arena!
He attempted the manual again, lost his grip, slammed. Down the ramp he went, on his belly. Fast Ernie saw that part.
Yeah, Proton's arena. That could happen.
I belly flopped at the end. But you didn't see the good part. This is just so much fun.
The next day, Zoomer did bring Deluxe out to the Orchanvilly field. Deluxe playfully rode on his back, piggyback style. In the center of the enormous field of stunning Orchanvilly flowers, a beautiful quarter-pipe ramp sat regally on a precision-built obstacle course track made with repurposed junk.
Man, we worked our tails off on this thing. What do you think?
Oh my gosh. This is lovely.
She hopped off Zoomer's back and ran through the field. But all she seemed to notice were the flowers. 14-year-old Deluxe twirled among the Orchanvilly flowers. A teenage cat girl in heaven. The glasses she wore slid softly down on her nose. Her great big smile showed off her full set of braces. Her little cat ears stood out as her pixie-cut pink hairdo blew freely in the wind.
Orchanvillies. Oh, remember I told you?
She likes the flowers.
She lied down on the ground and proceeded to make snow angels in the flowers.
Orchanvillies are like this miracle. They're the only flower that literally blooms all the time. And they're the universal symbol for unfailing love. Did you know that?
Zoomer's face went red with embarrassment.
Love, huh? Love is good.
God's kind of love. Like Jesus.
Wiggling it. What? Jesus, who died for our sins and rose from the dead?
It's a beautiful mystery.
Deluxe sat up and brushed her hand over the flowers.
It's like when you have faith in Jesus and you pray, and somehow you know God loves you. And you know that love is never going to go away. It changes you. It changes your heart. And it makes you want to do good things. It's that kind of love.
Oh, wow.
You want to know what else?
She cut Zoomer off before he could speak. By now, Deluxe had become enthusiastic. She looked up at the sky, and with animated gestures, she shared her enlightened account.
Right here in Shredopolis, every 70 years, there's a celestial event called an Orcanesque meteor shower. And it's accompanied by a phenomenon where the Orchanvilly flowers all over Shredopolis illuminate for hours and hours.
How do you know this stuff?
Golly, from reading books and poetry.
She stood up, dramatic, lifted a single flower up high, and began to recite.
I have loved you with an everlasting love.
That's nice.
Zoomer gazed at her adoringly. Then Deluxe flipped the script on him.
Oh, and your guys' do-it-yourself track. It's lovely, too.
A row of demolished buildings lined the street on Shred Games Avenue. A construction crane was removing the header sign from the last building standing. The sign read, Shred Games Unlimited. The dirtbags, Dred Loxley and Totus, had set up a makeshift ramp for their unicycles. They watched the building being demolished. Dred Loxley spoke up with his opinion.
Yo, Major Trip has been grabbing up some land. The dude is out of control.
A demolition ball whacked into the side of the building. It crumbled to the ground. The dirtbags hooted. A small crowd gathered to watch. Next to the flattened building was a sign with an image of Major Trip in full spaceman attire. The sign read, Coming soon, another major building project. Just then, Zoomer and Deluxe arrived from the forest. Deluxe carried an Orchanvilly flower. The dirtbags nudged each other and stared at them with sinister smiles. Dirtbag Totus ridiculed Deluxe by making sarcastic hissing noises. He kissed his own arm up and down.
Is that your boyfriend?
Deluxe looked nervous. She walked more quickly.
No, Z and I are friends. We grow up together.
Zoomer had a profound look of disappointment.
Did you crush its little heart?
What are you, a troll?
What?
Spewing out put-downs with no other point? Come on, Deluxe. Let's get you out of here. Go on. I'll take care of these guys.
Zoomer distracted the dirtbags. He raced circles around them while Deluxe took off. A small audience formed, putting their attention on Zoomer and the dirtbags front and center. Dred Loxley grabbed Zoomer.
Pretty hard to do tricks when the wheel is stuck to your body.
I don't have a comeback for that. I'll get back to you when I do.
You're not going anywhere but down, dude.
The dirt bags lifted Zoomer up and carried him to the top of the ramp.
So now you think you're a unicyclist? You're such a freak. Yeah, a freak accident waiting to happen.
They threw Zoomer off the ramp. Zoomer crash landed. His arm began to bleed. He looked up to a jeering crowd of strangers. 3 teenage bunny girls moved in closer to get a better look.
Ew. He is some sort of mutant thingamabob.
Oh, yeah. He hasn't got any feet.
That wheel really is stuck to his body.
But don't hurt him.
Zoomer scrambled to get away while the dirtbags high-fived each other.
God, kiss that loser goodbye. He's out of here.
Back at the Orchanvilly field, Zoomer sat atop the ramp platform while Fast Ernie helped him change the bandage on his arm. The fall had cut right through Zoomer's sports tape. The blood was everywhere. He pulled back the sports tape to reveal Zoomer's large cuts.
They tossed you off a ramp?
Yeah, they threw me off a ramp.
Fast Ernie cleaned the wounds and placed a fresh bandage on him. Zoomer quickly wrapped the arm back up in white sports tape. Wearing white sports tape had almost become an accessory by now.
Oh, I feel like such a fool.
What do you want to do? You want to get even with these guys?
I don't want to get even. I want to get good. That's my new motto. I just made that up. But really, what I want is to become a world-class unicyclist.
Oh, here we go. Be serious.
Zoomer jumped down from the ramp. He began to pace back and forth. He was charged up.
You don't get it. I'm gonna do this. And I won't give up till I perform better than any unicyclist out there.
Okay. Calm down.
There's just one problem. This bullying stuff. It keeps happening.
Well, why don't you just hide out here at the Orchanvilly track for a while then?
What? Why would I do that?
I mean, this could be a place where you can work out with no distractions.
You mean where no one will have to see me?
I mean, we'll keep the track private. Let me ask you something. What's the right thing to do when you see someone hurting another person?
That's easy. You've got to protect and defend the one that's helpless.
Fast Ernie raised an eyebrow, insinuating his point had been made.
Oh my gosh! I'm not helpless!
Zoomer took off. Frustrated, he headed around the track toward the trapezoid swing. The trapezoid swing was an ingenious handmade stunt. An enormous swing was built to hang between 2 of the largest trees in the field. The trees sat at the edge of a steep gully. The concept of the trick was to launch off a large quarter-pipe ramp, catch the swing with your hands, swing off the trapeze to the opposite side of the gully, and land. In case the rider missed, an old trampoline was set at the bottom of the gully for the rider to bounce back up on. Zoomer sped toward the trapezoid swing. Determined, he clenched his fist. He could feel the rumble under his body as his wheel rode onto the ramp. Sheer speed launched him off the top of the ramp. Whoa! He sailed up high, grabbed the rail of the trapezoid swing, swung like a trapeze artist, and let go. He was in the air, flying across, until his speed fell short. Down he went into the gully, where he bounced off the trampoline, high enough to grab the ridge of the gully, where he hung on for dear life. Not what he'd hoped for, but Zoomer would try again, many, many times.
Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. Is it really true that what you are as a person is far more important than what others think of you? Let the games begin.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Original music by Floyd Wonder, Taizo Audio, Ben Biani, Alejandro Del Pozo, One Wave.
The Orchanvilly field track was the best kept secret on Space Hop Island. Zoomer kept working out on that Orchanvilly field track for 10 long years, alone. It was truly incredible how much he honed his unicycle skills. But he became so isolated. The only people he hardly ever saw were his closest friends. He didn't like public attention at all, and he found a way to stay away from it. Until that day that I showed up. I'm Pig Floyd, sports influencer and Shred Games commentator, and I'll never forget the first day I saw Zoomer.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. 10 years had gone by, and Zoomer was 22 years old. Nestled within the enormous trees of the Orchanvilly forest, rays of warm sunlight filtered onto a solitary path. Suddenly, a loud sputtering sound filled the air. It was Pig Floyd. He flew above the forest wearing a jetpack and a Pigs Fly t-shirt. The jetpack had lost power. He was losing control. He sputtered to the ground. A peculiar noise pricked Pig Floyd's ears. He walked toward where the sound seemed to be coming from, pushing foliage and leaves out of his way as he made his way through the thick forest. Finally, he peered through some trees, and he saw Zoomer for the first time.
It just so happens it was yours truly who blew the guy's cover. What can I say?
Zoomer was in the distance, working out on his track. Pig Floyd's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. He flipped out his cell phone and began to shoot video. This was unbelievable. A footless kid, a blue skylock, with a wheel attached to him, was shredding on what looked like a unicycle track. A secret unicycle track. And the story was all his.
I saw this footless kid on that homemade Orchanvilly track with these crazy unicycle skills. No freako branchito way. I couldn't help myself. I'm a sports journalist. I shot video, and I let it go viral.
Pig Floyd did a hasty review of that video, a quick edit, and with no hesitation at all, he pressed the send button.
I could not wait to inquire, because the dude was on fire.
That video clip of Zoomer went seriously viral. The number of views grew so fast overnight that within 24 hours there were over 1 million views and counting. And then it hit the sports news.
Startling news in the unicycle world today. I'm talking about the reclusive footless Ripper. Social media has blown up over a 22-year-old footless skylock named Zoomer. who has been self-training as a unicyclist in the Orchanvilly forest. What do you think? Could a kid like this ever compete in the unicycle games?
A new morning broke at the Orchanvilly field the next day. Zoomer rolled out onto the track, completely unaware of any social media exposure. At 22 years old, Zoomer was of average height with his wheel on. His blue, wavy hair was cut trim. He had pointed ears and deep blue eyes. Zoomer was strong. He had the upper body of an athlete. And with his blue skin tone, Zoomer was definitely an intriguing-looking fellow. Fast Ernie met him at the ramp as usual. He still famously carried his big red toolbox around with him whenever he worked on the track. While the young men stood talking, an enormous foreboding shadow loomed over them from above. There was the haunting cry of a powerful bird of prey. Zoomer looked up at the sky. He was astonished by what he saw. Fast Ernie paid no mind. He was stooped down trying to open his toolbox. The lid was stuck tight. High in the sky above them, lightning-fast bolts of fluorescent blue electricity radiated from a skeletal raptor. A bird of prey. A hawk. It was Proton. Proton hovered above the Orchanvilly field track. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The ground shook, the wind picked up, the leaves on the trees rustled. Dozens of birds took flight. Unexpected guests began to arrive. Pig Floyd showed up with a female sports journalist, Belle of the blog. They shot video. The dirtbags showed up on their unicycles. And oh boy, a respected unicycle pro joined them. A stunned Zoomer scratched his head.
What is going on?
Proton landed almost regally onto the field. His very presence would put a person on notice. To be courageous. To stretch your limits. Proton was an extraordinary skeletal raptor. His body was that of a hawk's skeleton. He was able to fly substantial distances on wings that surged with electrical energy that often expressed itself as an electric blue lightning effect. His piercing red eyes shone mysteriously from under his deep purple helmet. Proton was a legend. The sports journalists rushed to Proton's side, but Proton calmly walked toward Zoomer. Zoomer stared in shock as Proton held out his hand to him.
Hey, I've been hearing a lot about you. Zoomer, is it?
Zoomer was dumbfounded as he respectfully shook Proton's hand.
Proton. Whoa. I mean, yes, sir. I'm Zoomer.
Well, Zoomer, apparently you've got skills, and I'd like to see for myself. Have you ever competed professionally as a unicyclist?
No, I haven't, sir. But right now, my goal is to make that trapezoid swing trick over there.
He pointed toward the swing in the distance.
Yeah, I'm still missing on that impossible trapezoid swing.
Fast Ernie finally walked up with his unopened toolbox.
We've officially labeled that thing the impossible.
Fast Ernie did a double take.
Hey, has anyone ever told you you look a lot like Proton?
Zoomer smiled up at Proton, then glanced over at Fast Ernie with that look on his face. You know, that look where you say something without saying it.
What? Oh.
Proton continued on.
Okay, Zoomer, if you don't mind, would you show me what you can do?
Sure.
Zoomer took off around the track. He launched off the ramp, only to miss the trapezoid swing. He bounced off the safety trampoline and hung onto the ridge of the gully for dear life. Oh Boy and the dirtbags got as close as possible and stared.
I don't get what the big deal is.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
Oh Boy helped Zoomer back up onto the track.
Here, dude. Grab my hand. I'll pull you up.
Thanks, man.
Zoomer dusted himself off, looked at the dirtbags, and poked fun.
I meant to do that.
He got back on the track and then nodded to the dirtbags to race him.
Let's go. It's a race.
He took off. The dirtbags took the challenge and raced him.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Let's do this!
Zoomer smiled confidently and whistled as he blew past the dirtbags. He launched off the quarter pipe ramp, did a triple flip in the air, and left them in the dust. Proton stared, impressed. He turned to Fast Ernie.
Whoa. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. The dude is a Zoomerang.
Zoomer made his way back to Proton.
Jid, you're obviously talented and very committed. So what's kept you from going pro and competing in the unicycle games?
I was born without...
Proton stopped him.
You were born just fine, son. Never underestimate the thing that makes you unique.
Zoomer's face lit up, yet with a hint of doubt. This seemed too good to be true, and also it had come out of nowhere. Proton stepped toward Zoomer to take a closer look at what was going on with his arms. He pulled back the white sports tape that was wrapped around them and saw the air jets in his skin. He nodded to himself with a slight smile of approval.
Wow. The gift of humility comes in many different forms.
The sports journalists snapped photos.
Zoomer's head had to be spinning. Clearly, Proton saw something in him that he couldn't see in himself. This kind of thing doesn't happen in life. Only sometimes it does.
Proton continued to make Zoomer an offer.
Zoomer, you've got talent and you work hard. If you're interested, I'd be willing to work with you.
I can't believe this is happening.
Sir, I think you should see this.
Fast Ernie showed Proton the old video on his cell phone of the crowd cornering Zoomer at the street fair.
Here at the track, Zoomer gets respect. Out in the world, people can be cruel. He goes to great lengths to avoid public attention.
You mean to tell me Zoomer has never competed before? Wait, are you saying he's never performed outside of this track?
Never.
Zoomer smiled a sheepish grin, shrugged, embarrassed. Proton looked concerned. He pulled Fast Ernie to the side.
Does Zoomer know? There's a video of him posted online. Last I looked, it had over 2 million views.
Beautiful downtown Major City. Major City is the largest island in the Shredopolis island chain. On this day, amid skyscrapers and humming vehicles, a crew from the local news waited outside the major income office building. Reporters with cameras and microphones pressed for an interview with the most famous celebrity athlete in the Shred Games, Major Trip. Major Trip, who was now 29 years old, wore a black and silver spaceman robot suit with a yellow helmet. He stood in front of a technically advanced unicycle, his Uniracer 5000. He was more than happy to be interviewed.
We're here with Shred Games champion Major Trip. Major, you're hosting the unicycle games this year. Give us your take on Proton training the unicycle skylock.
I welcome skylocks and anyone else who would like to compete here at my track in Major City. But I like to win, so prepare to be defeated.
You've won 9 years consecutively in 9 different sports. Is that right?
I beat everyone all the time in every sport. This year it will be the unicycle games for my 10th win and the Decatha game world record.
Back at the Shred Games Space Hop Café, Pig Floyd told his side of the story. He stood in front of the Wall of Fame wearing a new t-shirt. This one read, "Go Pig or Go Home." He pumped his fist.
These are the Shred Games. And I say, let's get us a new contender. One that no one saw coming. The question is, will Zuber be the new contender? Oh, man, he's here. Zoomer is here. Listen, if you want to see Zoomer compete in the unicycle games, text me yay or nay. All right, gotta go. Signing off.
Zoomer sat at the counter. He popped open a can of nuclear cucumber energy drink in a can shaped like a nuclear reactor. Waitresses glided past wearing Heeley-styled hover skate shoes. Zoomer gazed longingly at the cute waitress, Deluxe. Imagine Deluxe through Zoomer's eyes. She was a lovely cat girl at 24 years old. She glided in slow motion on hover skate shoes as wisps of her long pink hair flowed off her shoulders. She caught Zoomer watching her.
Aren't you still drinking that stuff? You ought to try the new Robo Punch.
Zoomer playfully punched the air in robotic fashion.
I can't believe you.
I thought you went like that.
Deluxe stood next to him at the counter. He gave her an Orchanvilly flower and put it in her hair.
An Orchanvilly? You remembered.
A framed photo on the counter distracted their attention. Zoomer thoughtfully picked it up. It was a photo of Deluxe being hugged by her adopted mom, Dee. 5 seconds of silence passed.
Dee was a good mom. You were lucky.
Deluxe nodded, holding back tears.
Hey, something's different. Are you wearing a new uniform?
You like it?
Deluxe showed off her new Heeley-styled hover skate shoes that were designed in a futuristic tall boot style in cream with maroon and lime markings and gave her a super sleek silhouette. Her stylish catgirl look was complete with a matching baby doll top paired with navy-ribbed bike shorts. Deluxe posed her outfit for Zoomer, but the distraction only lasted a few minutes before her mind went back to her mom, Dee.
You know, when Dee adopted me, the cafe was our family business.
I knew it. Dee left you the cafe, didn't she?
She did. She left me the cafe. I get the keys in like 2 days.
Suddenly, they were interrupted by a table full of customers seated near the entrance. They were shouting, excited, and pointing out the window.
Whoa, check it out!
What is that?
A hologram advertisement appeared in a cloud floating by. It read,
"Whiten your teeth with pure solar energy." Oh, it's a stinking ad.
Wait, no, look.
The next cloud had a hologram news flash.
Unicycle games in 3 days. Get your tickets now.
Pig Floyd checked the text survey on his cell phone. 22,346 yays to 18 nays. He laughed to himself as he walked toward Zoomer and Deluxe.
Zoomer, you're my lead story, man. Proton's training you now, dude. A lot of us want to see you compete in the unicycle games. Is it on or what?
Pig Floyd shot video on his cell phone camera.
Could you please put that thing away?
Disappointed, he put down his cell phone.
Pig Floyd is right, Z. You can do this. You're that good. Why else would Proton offer to train you?
Proton's just barely started working with me. I'm not ready. Look, I don't even have a mascot. All the pros have a mascot.
Who cares if you have a mascot? I say you're ready.
I'm not so sure. Besides, Pig Floyd here, he's the wise guy that let that video go viral.
I resemble that statement.
So what? I'm glad he did. It's about time you got out of your shell.
You should really listen to her. Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. Did you ever face a choice to do something you really wanted to do, only you knew once you chose, you could never turn back? That's commitment. You have to lose something in order to gain something else. Zoomer's days of being an unknown unicyclist ended the day Proton showed up at the Orchanvilly track. But will he be willing to enter into public life?
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Original music by Francesco D'Andrea, Klaus Hergersheimer, Lost Harmonies, Cirrus Music.
While we were inside the Shred Games Space Hop Café, doing our best to convince Zoomer to enter the unicycle games, there was a whole lot more going on outside. Up at the cafe's transit tower, a celebrity guest was attempting to park his flying saucer. Talk about being at the right place at the right time. We were about to get a surprise visit from the most famous athlete in the Shred Games.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. A steady stream of flying saucers arrived and departed from the cafe's transit tower. A souped-up flying saucer zoomed down to land. It hovered. All the parking spaces were taken. An argumentative couple stepped out of their parked vehicle.
You're always forgetting to bring that thing.
An invisible ray shot out of the souped-up flying saucer. A lightning-fast, invisible eraser erased the couple's vehicle. Now there was room. The souped-up flying saucer parked. The door opened. Out popped Major Trip, accompanied by his little green protege, Eraser. A nervous little fellow, he stuttered whenever he was in Major Trip's presence. Eraser liked to wear a bright red suit with a giant gold letter E sewn onto the chest. His royal blue shoes were so uncommonly oversized that they looked like clown shoes. But he had a sinister function. He had a mechanical finger that could erase things, as you have just witnessed. Poof, gone. Stuff disappeared all the time. And it was with that finger that he helped Major Trip cheat during many, many races. Which was why they called him Eraser. Also, his head was shaped like a giant pencil eraser. Major Tripp marched into the cafe with great pomp and bluster. The crowd was abuzz. A zealous Major fan wore a Major fan t-shirt.
Look, it's the great Major Tripp and his bulldog mascot.
The Major's entourage of bulldog robots, thick-bodied robots with bulldog heads, tagged along. 3 groupie waitresses, Kenya, Torley, and Cushy, went nuts.
What a dream bot.
He's so handsome, yeah.
How do I look? How's my hair?
Cushy pushed Torley out of the way.
Never mind you, girl. He'll be looking at me. I'm looking fine.
The entourage of bulldog robots paraded into the cafe. Eraser followed. They filled the empty seats. Deluxe was impressed when she saw Major Tripp. The Major exuded confidence. He pulled off his helmet and shook his dark wavy locks from his handsome forehead. Major Tripp set his helmet down and sat at a table near Zoomer and Deluxe. Deluxe gawked at the Major. Zoomer noticed, and it made him nervous. Kenya rolled up next to Deluxe with her phone camera and teased.
He's a looker, isn't he? Go on. I'll take a picture of you guys for the Wall of Fame.
Deluxe quickly glided up to Major Tripp's table. She was overly cordial. She was there to take his order.
What can I get for you, Major?
I'll have a big hopper and payad a la mode. Oh, and some ice payad to go for my guys.
He turned to the bulldog robots.
Who wants a treat?
The bulldog robots nodded excitedly with their tongues hanging out. Major Tripp flirted with Deluxe. He noticed the flower in her hair.
Ah, a fresh Orchanvilly woven into your hair. Beautiful.
Kenya snapped photos, and Cushy was jealous. She glided past and not so subtly interrupted.
Ew, eternal love from the skylock.
The Major sensed competition. He eyed the flower. Deluxe, embarrassed, reassured him.
My friend Zoomer gave this to me. That's him, over there.
Major Tripp wouldn't look away. He playfully fixed his eyes on her.
Something must be wrong with my eyes. I can't take them off of you.
She blushed.
Deluxe, pick up for table 7.
Deluxe was nervous and awkwardly distracted. She sped away. Cushy glided right up to the Major's table with a tray full of payad, the popular dessert treat. She set down the order.
Here you go, Major.
She flirted and waved his check.
Call me sometime. My number is on the check.
He stretched to see past her, for a better view of Deluxe.
That cute little waitress? She's Dee's daughter? She grew up fine.
Major Tripp looked down disparagingly at Zoomer's wheel.
Huh. You're certainly at a disadvantage with that thing.
I wouldn't say that. In fact, I'd say this thing has some major advantages.
Like, name one.
Like, I can't put my foot in my mouth.
Suddenly, Deluxe emerged from the kitchen with a large order of plates. The tall stack of plates teetered precariously as she glided. The stack of plates, cups, and saucers fell. Zoomer saw it. Major Tripp saw it. They both sped to the rescue. Zoomer beat him by a step. As the dishes cascaded down, Zoomer caught every last one. He caught the last tiny saucer with his mouth. A thrilled crowd erupted in spontaneous applause. Zoomer got his first real taste of social affirmation. He placed the plates down carefully and smiled wide. Deluxe rushed to him and planted a grateful kiss on his cheek.
Thank you, Z.
You're welcome, Deluxe. It looks like nothing broke.
Oh my gosh, you're so adorable. For a second there, you looked like a blue bowling pin ready to topple over.
As long as I make you smile, Deluxe.
Major Trip scowled. A bulldog robot rushed to help him. He began to lick the pyod off his forehead. The Major pushed him off. Pig Floyd shot video on his cell phone and mocked sarcastically.
Ha! The unbeatable pro just got beat by a Zoomerang.
Major Trip heard him, and then, ever so subtly, he gave Eraser a nod. Eraser whipped out his eraser finger. Pig Floyd's phone erased right out of his hand.
Dang.
The Major fan pulled Major Trip aside and whispered to him,
That Skylock is a loser. You don't see him competing in the shred games. That's for sure.
Major Trip laughed and sneered under his breath.
I'd say he's quick on his feet, too. But wait, no, he doesn't have any.
That's a good one.
Then the Major fan challenged Zoomer.
Hey, Skylock, if you're so great, why don't you enter the unicycle games?
Deluxe's big pink eyes gazed at Zoomer as she nodded her encouragement. Zoomer swallowed hard. He stepped up.
I never said I was great. But where do I sign up?
Yes!
Deluxe jumped up and down excited. She kept hugging Zoomer. The waitresses hooted and clapped.
Woohoo! Well, all right then, go Zoomer!
Big Floyd fist bumped the old dude.
Zoomer's gonna be a game changer.
The Major quickly drew the crowd's attention back to himself.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think we all know who's gonna win that event. But sure, come by my office tomorrow and we'll get you started.
Major Trip looked flirtatiously at Deluxe.
Deluxe, I'd love to get to know you better. Why don't you come too?
I would love that. Thank you. I'll see if I can get one of the girls to cover for me.
Major Trip walked over to Zoomer and whispered in his ear.
By the way, my new rules say, since you're a rookie, you've got to qualify first.
New rules? Who makes the rules?
Me. See you tomorrow.
The Major laughed smugly, put on his helmet, and turned to leave when he heard,
Major, aren't you forgetting something? Your check.
It was Cushy, reminding him that her phone number was on that check. Also, she wanted to be paid. Major Trip motioned to Eraser. The check erased.
What check?
Inside Major Trip's flying saucer, Eraser manned the control panel. The Bulldog robots were happy. They were lapping up their pyod. Finally, the ship departed.
That little cat girl was hot. Who? Deluxe. That clumsy little cat girl waitress who owns the place now.
Major Trip suddenly began to perform a kooky goose step march. Back and forth. His face transformed into an evil expression.
Ho, that's it. I'm gonna own that cafe, even if I have to marry that sweet cat girl. What a killer combo that would be.
I think that Skylock likes her.
He's annoying. Too bad that finger of yours can't erase people.
While he goose-stepped marched back and forth, Major Trip imagined he was showing off on his unicycle, competing against Zoomer. In his fantasy, Zoomer can't keep up and fell flat on his face, leaving Deluxe to swoon over Major Trip.
Oh yeah, that Skylock is gonna bring a smile to my face.
Huh?
when he's roadkill.
The Major wore an evil expression and bit his lip. A luxurious skyscraper topped by a penthouse office sat in the central district of Major City. The Major Income Office Building. Picture the interior of the penthouse boardroom. Plate glass windows, a laminate conference table, overhead fluorescent lights, an elaborate grand piano against a 10-foot wall with nothing on it but an enormous big screen. On this day, Major Tripp's entourage of bulldog robots were gathered around the boardroom table. 2 upper-level accomplices were also present at the meeting. There was Bomb Man, a short henchman with a bright red cherry bomb for a head, who wore yellow tights and a superhero cape. And Smokescreen, an overly polite silver robot who was Bomb Man's assistant. Major Tripp entered the room. Eraser followed him.
Morning, team.
Major Tripp took a seat in the biggest chair, right up front. Bomb Man stood in front of the big screen. Smokescreen handed him a clicker just in time for Bomb Man to make his announcement.
Harding, Major. We're here to discuss what's most important in all of our lives.
Bomb Man clicked, and a huge portrait of Major Tripp lit up the big screen.
Image! Your image. And the future of the Major brand.
Major Tripp hopped on top of the grand piano, pulled out a sparkling unicycle wheel, rolled it up and down his arm, tossed it into the air, bounced it off his bottom, and laughed.
Come on, boys! Come on, boys!
He pointed to each of his team leaders as he called out their names.
Smokescreen, Bomb Man, Eraser! What do you see? What do you see?
I know. We stole Proton's new technically advanced unicycle wheel.
The Major wagged his finger.
Yes, we did steal Proton's new unicycle wheel. Ha ha. However, that is not the correct answer. Come on, 2 words, 2 words.
World record!
Bomb Man, you nailed it.
Eraser scowled. He reached over Bomb Man and tried to light the fuse sticking out of the top of his cherry bomb head. Bomb Man clobbered him.
Come on, boys, pay attention. I'm making history here.
Bomb Man clicked the remote again. On the big screen, a Shred Games logo appeared with a big red no symbol over it.
So long, Shred Games.
Hello, Major Games Empire.
The next click showed the Major Island Resort with Major Games events, hotels, and attractions. The team clapped and hooted.
Excellent, boss. Excellent.
The next click zeroed in on the Shred Games Space Hop Café. The words Shred Games on its sign stood out like a sore thumb among all the quote-unquote major attractions. Major Tripp danced and sang. Smokescreen covered his ears.
As you can see, I own every property, from the beach to the bay, except for the Space Hop Cafe. Gotta get me the Space Hop Cafe. I want the Space Hop Cafe.
Let's trash the place. Buy it up cheap, like we did with all those other poor suckers.
Not this time. I've got major plans, and all of you are going to help me. I'm going to marry that new owner, Babe Deluxe, and voila, the Major Games Café.
Ah, that's just brilliant, boss. Just brilliant.
Just then, the intercom lit up.
Major, there's Azuma and Deluxe down here to see you.
She's here. Oh my gosh, she's here. You can send them up.
Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z, it's been said that perseverance is the hard work you do after you get tired of doing the hard work you already did. With that being said, Zoomer is in store for a maximum dose of perseverance. Did he really think Major Trip was going to make it easy for him to compete against him in the Shred Games?
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Original music by Jonathan Boyle, R.J. Wilkes, Francesco D'Andrea. Sounds Supreme. High Street Music.
These are the Shred Games. The Unicycle Games event was in 2 days, and it looked like we were actually going to get a new contender. A footless skylock. Wow. That's what I was hoping for anyway. And it appeared that things were starting to shape up. Zoomer and Deluxe went to the Major Income Office building in Major City, where Zoomer was going to sign up for the Unicycle Games event.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. At the front lobby desk, the secretary sat wearing glasses, staring at her computer screen, and chomping on a stick of gum. A news report for the day could be heard streaming from her screen in the background.
Rampant vandalism has struck the metro area. Property owners have been selling off their devalued property for next to nothing.
The secretary peeked over her glasses at Deluxe and Zoomer standing at her counter. She waved them on.
You kids can go on up now. Major Trip will meet you on the penthouse floor.
Ka-chink, ka-chunk. The elevator doors opened. Zoomer and Deluxe entered the elevator. Zoomer was jealous. He fished for Deluxe's intentions.
I keep wondering, are you here for me? Or are you here because you have a thing for Major Trip?
He pressed the penthouse floor button. The doors shut.
You know what your problem is? You're so busy hiding from rejection, you don't appreciate the people who are there for you.
Ouch.
Long, dead silence. When the elevator doors opened to the penthouse lobby, Major Trip stood waiting.
Welcome to Major Income.
He gestured toward the luxurious office lobby. Enormous trophy cases with rows upon rows of silver cups, trophies, checkered flags, and glossy photos filled the lobby hallway. The major clapped and yelled out an order.
Okay, guys, where are the oddity bots?
3 oddity bots, worker droids shaped like large silver and white eggs with thick robot arms, glided along on rollers. Each one had a number on its back. They carried trophies. An old and blind oddity bot, number 22, nicknamed Tutu, carried an oversized trophy. He kept bumping into things. Major Trip laughed.
That's Tutu. He's old. But he does the heavy lifting, so I keep him around.
Major Trip faced toward his trophy case with outstretched arms and boasted, not seeing what was happening behind him.
As you can see, I've won practically every award there is.
Tutu bumped into Deluxe with his massive trophy.
Whoa, very impressive.
Major Trip thought he'd been complimented. He turned around and moved in close towards Deluxe.
Well, thank you, Deluxe. And I have to admit, you are very impressive to me as well.
Zoomer fumed. He rolled between them so fast, he had to break that up.
Oh, hang on. I'm here to fill out an entry form.
Certainly. Bombman, bring Zoomer the paperwork.
Bombman chuckled to himself and carried in the form.
I've got it all under control, boss. All under control.
Bombman stared at Zoomer's wheel as he handed him the form.
Ooh, kid. You don't want to do this. You'll hurt yourself.
Zoomer read the form.
Unicycle Games World Title.
He looked up at Deluxe. His eyes lit up.
This is awesome.
Major Tripp growled under his breath.
Oh, brother.
Zoomer began to sign the form when he noticed what it said.
Wait a minute. It says here, there's 250,000 in cash prize money?
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says.
The Major snatched the form out of Zoomer's hands.
Best not to get ahead of yourself. Let's get you set up. This way. Follow me.
The Major escorted Zoomer and Deluxe down the elevator into a large open warehouse. Eraser and Smokescreen followed them.
This is my fuel solage garage. And my ride and joy. My Uniracer 5000.
Major Tripp pointed to a technically advanced electric unicycle that sat in the center of the fuel solage garage. His coveted Uniracer 5000 unicycle looked like a miniature Jetsons bubble-shaped vehicle. Clear glass where the seat was located, with the added feature of pedals and one central wheel below.
I'm gonna win the unicycle games in this baby.
And that means beating you, Zoomer.
Best not to get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, well, my record speaks for itself.
Tutu rolled into the room. He still carried Major Tripp's oversized trophy. He glided past them. Oddity Bot number 86 interrupted the group as he offered a tray of ice pyods to the guests. Eraser's face lit up.
Ice pyod. My favorite.
Oddity Bot number 86 overlooked Eraser. Only Smokescreen got one.
Aww. Regus, mega, regus.
Eraser was so angry that 86's tray got 86'd. A single ice pyod landed in Eraser's hands. He licked his chops. Major Tripp turned to his guests, cleared his throat, and grinned with embarrassment.
Did you know that I invented the technology behind Eraser's powerful eraser finger?
Major Tripp examined Eraser's finger.
Looks like he's low on fuel.
Major Tripp reached into a large bin marked Eraser Gel capsules. He pulled one out, poured liquid from a gel capsule, through a tube into a large hypodermic needle. He shot the needle right into Eraser's finger.
I'm always having to refill his finger with this special eraser gel. But wait till you see this.
Major Tripp took Zoomer's Orchanvilly flower from Deluxe's hair.
Allow me to demonstrate.
He laid the flower on the floor and pointed Eraser toward it. The flower from Zoomer erased. Major Tripp whipped out a jewelry box and opened it for Deluxe. It contained a stunning jeweled flower hair clip.
This is for you, Deluxe. What do you think?
These gems are real M-Child. Look how transparent and beautiful they are. Thank you, Major.
Major Tripp put it in Deluxe's hair and held her hand.
Deluxe, I hope you think of me whenever you wear these. And I hope they make you happy.
Deluxe, flattered, couldn't help but acknowledge the Major's interest in her. She seemed to be encouraging it. She seemed to forget Zoomer's gift. She was blushing.
Oh, yes, I'm very happy. This is lovely, Major.
The Major looked at her with sweet adoration.
Is it just me? Or is it possible we could be meant for each other?
Zoomer looked bummed. Smokescreen covered his ears. Eraser held up a mirror so Deluxe could look at herself in it. Major Tripp snubbed Zoomer behind Deluxe's back.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
Seriously?
All of a sudden, Tutu came along and bumped into a large bin. He dumped the Major's trophy into it. A sign on the bin read, Uniracer Fuel Capsules. The sign fell loose and landed on the floor. The fuselage garage doors opened. Major Tripp escorted Deluxe and Zoomer out to the fast track. The fast track was used by both Mobilots and unicycles in their respective events in the Shred Games. Zoomer and Deluxe stared in awe at a beautiful triple-loop racetrack with its unique obstacle course section.
The fast track is right outside your office building?
Go ahead, do a test run.
There was already someone out there practicing. A Mobilot sped around the track. He transformed into a man and performed a few stunts on the obstacle course section. He reverted to a race car and sped through the triple loop.
Hey, the Mobilots are out there. Is this the same track where the unicycle games?
Yes, that is correct. Today, you'll do a round on the track, keep your speed above 85 miles an hour with at least one set through the obstacle section. My team will be monitoring. They'll let you know if you pass muster.
The Major continued to court Deluxe in his nice guy mode.
Deluxe, I'll be returning to my office now. Would it be all right if I call on you sometime?
This has been really fun, Major. I'd love to meet up again.
Wonderful.
The Major waved a polite goodbye to Deluxe and turned to leave. Zoomer continued to watch the Mobilot, in race car mode, zoom around the fast track.
No way.
What?
That's Fast Ernie.
Fast Ernie zoomed toward them. Did a spin-out turnaround. And transformed into man mode. Fast Ernie had grown into an attractive 28-year-old Mobilot man. His dark skin and thick brown hair complemented his sculpted goatee. He looked very handsome in his blue and red Mobilot uniform. His new girlfriend, Madame Insane, had been timing him from the sideline. Madame Insane was a rare morph maid, a distinctively unique and lovely creature. She had very fair alabaster skin, almost albino, but nevertheless she was gorgeous, and she sported a huge flowing mane of bright red, living hair. Fast Ernie wiped his brow. He ran toward Zoomer and slapped him on the back with a welcome hello.
Hey, little guy. I figured you'd be here.
Zoomer noticed Madame Insane.
Oh, I didn't introduce you. Zoomer, Deluxe. This is my girlfriend, Madame Insane.
They shook hands.
Nice to meet you, madam. You've got a good guy here. Fast Ernie's my best friend. Hey, is she the one that...
Yeah, she's the one.
Madame Insane had a twinkle in her eye.
Yes?
Her hair came to life. Strands of hair gathered together and formed dozens of slithering arms. One hair strand grabbed a soda from the cooler, while another put a straw in it and handed it to an awestruck Deluxe.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Deluxe. And believe me, I do understand. It takes a bit of getting used to this hair of mine. It's quite lively.
Fast Ernie gave Madame Insane a bear hug, a playful headlock, and rubbed her head with noogies.
Stop! No! So I'm the one. Is that right?
I'm hoping you're the one.
We're having so much fun.
Madam Insane pushed him off.
How about you, Zoomer? Are you having fun? I mean, are you relieved? Did you finally let Major Trip know that you're not ready to compete?
Zoomer stood quiet. The mood suddenly shifted.
Oh, no, you didn't. You're gonna compete?
Yep. Looks that way. I'm gonna compete.
Oh, man. It's gonna fully mean being in the public eye. You sure you're ready for that?
Zoomer glanced toward Deluxe and Madam Insane.
Ready as I'm ever gonna be.
Fast Ernie turned to see the two girls as they chatted. Madam Insane eyed Deluxe's hair clip.
Can I see your hair clip? Is that real, M-Child?
Deluxe was so excited that Madam Insane had recognized the M-Child gem that she began to run off at the mouth.
Yes! Can you believe it? Major Trip gave this to me. He's like super interesting and worldly. You can only get M-Child in Cantorini, and even there it's considered unobtainium. Golly, I'm blown away he gave it to me.
It's absolutely lovely.
Meanwhile, Fast Ernie pulled Zoomer aside.
This is so about Deluxe. What are you doing? You just barely started training with Proton.
That's right. I'm training with Proton.
Zidor, you cannot compete with Major Trip. The guy has got everything. He has an image to keep up.
Image isn't everything.
Look at this track. You think you can compete on a track like this in front of thousands of people?
A realization hit Zoomer.
Wait a minute. You don't think I could do this?
I don't want to see you get hurt.
Well, which is worse? Getting hurt and getting back up? Or never getting hurt and living like I'm invisible?
Zoomer took off and literally zoomed toward the fast track. Sped past the girls like a blur of blue. Madam Insane's jaw dropped.
Holy smokes! Your Zoomer is extraordinary.
Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z, Zoomer's tryout continues.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Original music by Liam Mansfield, Studio Labousse, Stuart Rao, Human Symphony Orchestra. From inside the boardroom of the Major Income Office Building, Major Trip was watching with binoculars out the large plate glass window. Eraser, Bombman, and Smokescreen were at his side. Eraser was bored. He kept playing with his lighter and tried to light the fuse sticking out of the top of Bombman's cherry bomb head. Bombman finally turned and clobbered him.
Ow!
Looking through the binoculars, the Major could see Zoomer performing on the track below. Zoomer raced the triple loop racetrack, sped toward the obstacle course ramp jump, and soared off it into a double flip. He landed on the rails obstacle, grinded across it, back onto the track. The Major was stunned by what he saw. He muttered under his breath,
"How does he do that?"
He looked at the speed clock timer on the track. 93 miles per hour.
That's not possible. Not on that grinder, boy.
Major Tripp put the binoculars down. He became very nervous and started goose-step marching, upset.
How good can a skylock with a wheel attached to his body be?
Bomb Man was quick to reassure him.
Oh, not to worry, boss. I'll take care of this guy.
The Major became maniacal. He screamed at Bomb Man, making his point completely clear.
Get rid of him! I mean it, or I will get rid of you. Nothing gets in the way of my plans.
I've got it all under control, boss. All under control.
You're always saying that. What is that supposed to mean, anyway?
Eraser, there's one thing you need to learn. He who makes the skylock void.
A loud crunching sound interrupted him. It was Smokescreen munching on a bag of snacks. He looked up, guilty, offered up the bag.
Anybody want a Chipperzoid?
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. Back down at the unicycle track, Zoomer was finishing up his workout. The massive door of the fuselage garage opened. Bomb Man and Smokescreen walked out and made their way towards Zoomer and Deluxe. Bomb Man strutted like he owned the place. He was Major Tripp's top henchman. He was quite a character with his big, round, bright red cherry bomb for a head and his yellow tights. He was a short-tempered henchman, and with a bomb for a head and a superhero cape, he could be very intimidating. Bomb Man coughed, clearing his throat.
The Major has instructed me, Bomb Man, to inform you that since you are a rookie, he has made up more new rules at the last minute that you can do nothing about.
What?
The Major would never do that.
Zoomer took a double take at Deluxe, only to see her straightening the hair clip from the Major in her hair. Bomb Man chuckled.
Just kidding. Seriously, though, the rules state in order to make it into the unicycle games, you must successfully complete the obstacle course event.
Wait a minute. I thought I just did the... What new rules? What kind of obstacle course event?
This is the qualifying event. Right there in your contract.
He held up a copy of Zoomer's contract. At the bottom of the sheet were sentences with words too small to read.
I want Proton there then.
Too late for that.
Are you kidding me?
Golly, that can't be right.
Okay, I suppose we can pipe him in on the big screen. Alrighty then, the event will be overseen by yours truly on my very own Bombay Island. Tell 'em, Smokescreen.
It is only possible to get to Bombay Island by means of flying there on Major Tripp's private helio-hopper.
A helio-hopper conveniently touched down.
He charges Major money for the rides, too, I might add. He's not charging this time, though. I think he likes Deluxe.
Deluxe looked embarrassed, but flattered.
Please tell the Major thank you on our behalf. He is so kind.
Zoomer and Deluxe climbed aboard. Bomb Man stood on the tarmac. He turned to Smokescreen, his very loyal and very polite silver robot assistant.
Did she just say the Major was kind?
I believe she did, sir.
Kind? Oh, yeah. That describes the Major through and through. Kinda proud, kinda powerful. Kinda give him his own way, or you're gonna kinda be extinct.
The view of Bombay Island from inside the heliohopper was breathtaking. The lush tropical island sat in the center of the largest artificially created wave pool in existence. The endless wave pool was created to challenge elite surfers, and it provided one of the most dynamic contest venues in the history of the Shred Games. Zoomer watched intently out the window of the heliohopper. A group of surfers below voyaged into the powerful crystal blue breaks of a surf pool that could be adjusted to create rights, lefts, and even barrels. From small, perfectly formed crests to some of the fastest, most intimidating world-class tubes. On the island, the scenery was surprisingly surreal. A floating roller coaster type track wrapped its way all around Bombay Island. This was the obstacle course track that Zoomer must complete. The hopper touched down. Bombman and Smokescreen climbed off. Zoomer helped Deluxe down, and almost immediately the heliohopper flew off.
Bombay Island. Beautiful, isn't it? Major Trip has given me total control of the city. Total control!
Zoomer stood quiet. He had an intense, serious expression on his face as he looked over the obstacle course.
This looks...
He turned to Deluxe with a twinkle in his eye.
This could be fun. What?
That's what I like about you, Z. You always find a way to make it all seem fun.
Yeah, fun is my favorite.
An outdoor big screen beamed in Proton from his arena.
Zoomer, good afternoon. I see you've made an executive decision.
Yes, sir. I know it seems a bit premature, but I'm here to qualify. Like you said, I've made a decision.
You do realize you're cutting things very close. The unicycle games are in 2 days.
Bombman smirked at Proton's comments.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Say what you mean. Skylock, what he's really trying to say is, you're wasting all our time here today. You don't stand a chance.
That's not what...
He held out his hand like a stop sign.
Moving on. See that there?
He pointed to a giant score clock above the track.
5 minutes. That's all you get. Complete the course in under 5 minutes, or you're out. Debit.
Got it. Sheesh.
Bombman climbed a tall ladder up to the control tower that overlooked the track. He stopped midway, wagged his finger, and announced,
There's one thing that Skylock needs to learn. He who controls the city knows where all the secret weapons are.
Bombman sat inside the control tower. He called out to Zoomer far below on the track.
It's only fair to warn you, there will be some outrageous obstacles, or Bombay traps, as I like to call them.
Zoomer waited at the starting line.
On your mark, get set, go!
The flag went down. Zoomer took off in a flash. Up in the control tower, Bombman sang to himself at the control panel.
Jada, 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 jing, jing, jing. These buttons I'm controlling are the perfect kind for bombing. Hey, hey. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Overhead in the rafters, bombs-aways. Little bomb-headed drones with mini propellers dropped down and hovered around him.
Sit them, boys! Bombs away!
The bombs-aways dove like kamikazes. They blew up all around Zoomer. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom!
Oh my gosh! Look out, Zoomer! Duck! Duck!
So Zoomer mimicked a duck and flapped his arms.
Quack, 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 quack.
Deluxe rolled her eyes.
Oh my gosh. No way. You're quacking me up.
Zoomer narrowly eluded the bombs-aways. He zipped away as they exploded on his left and on his right. Boom! Boom! Zoomer figured this would be a good time to show off to Deluxe. This time, he mimicked a realistic duck call. Then he did a front flip. Oh yes, he impressed her.
As if you don't have to be such a wise quacker.
Boom! Boom!
Whoa!
Boom, 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 boom! From the outdoor big screen, Proton watched agitated.
Bomb Man, what kind of obstacles are these?
Bomb Man ignored Proton. He pulled on a huge lever and grinned. At once, the track became a floating road. It undulated up and down in a haphazard way.
Be careful, Zoomer.
A look of recognition came over Zoomer's face.
Oh, this is just like the Orchanvilly field track back home.
Zoomer moved up and down in sync with the track. Bomb Man looked up at the clock. His anger escalated.
Fire!
He wagged his finger at Smokescreen.
Smokescreen, there's one thing you need to learn. He who does his job keeps his job.
Bomb Man looked up, desperate. His fuming bomb-shaped head filled up with a red-hot glow, like an overheated thermometer. He yelled down to Smokescreen.
Blow him up!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Smokescreen fired bombs. Boom! Boom! The track underneath Zoomer suddenly dropped violently and threw him clear off. Zoomer soared through the air and landed in the endless wave. The speed of his wheel worked like a propeller. He surfed a massive wave back onto the beach and headed back onto the track. Smokescreen kept shooting arrows at Zoomer, and Zoomer kept catching them. Finally, Zoomer raced towards Smokescreen on the track. Caught red-handed,
Oh dear.
Smokescreen tried to run away. He let go of all the explosives. Bombs went off. Arrows flew every which way. Smokescreen was blasted several feet into the air. He landed hanging onto the track, dangling precariously.
I can't hold on!
Zoomer raced toward him. He stopped. And then he did something unexpected. He pulled Smokescreen back up onto the track.
Thank you, sir.
On the outdoor big screen, Proton watched intently. He nodded and whispered under his breath.
I like what I'm seeing in Zoomer.
Back on the track, Smokescreen was so taken back by Zoomer's kindness. Out of nowhere, and in his overly polite way, Smokescreen solemnly vowed his allegiance to Zoomer.
Sir, you have saved my life. To me, your enemy, you have shown great mercy. I do not deserve such kindness.
Zoomer turned to leave when Smokescreen grabbed his hand and knelt down.
From this moment on, I am Smokescreen, your loyal servant. Whatever you ask of me, I will do it for you.
Wow. But I gotta go.
Zoomer sped off and raced toward the finish line. As a desperate last resort, Bomb Man aimed a guided missile at Zoomer and lit the fuse. Bomb Man ran down to the track and piled up a bunch of debris to block Zoomer's way. But when he turned to leave, his foot got caught on the track.
My foot! Come out!
The guided missile was headed right toward him. Zoomer saw it. He yelled out to Bomb Man,
"Duck!"
Oh no!
The missile narrowly missed him, but it lit his fuse. Now Bomb Man was even angrier, and he fumed with a lit fuse.
Platter, picker, poker, tire!
Zoomer sped past him backwards, wagging his finger at him as he passed by.
Bomb Man, there's just one thing you need to learn. He who controls his temper has more power than he who controls a city.
Zoomer turned around and sped away toward the finish line. The clock read 4:09. Deluxe watched, nervous.
He's gotta make it. He's gonna make it.
Major Trip and Eraser were watching the scene on the video monitor inside the Major's flying saucer. They could see Zoomer not far from the finish line, and Major Trip was lit.
No! No, no, no!
But back on the Bombay Island track, the scoreboard clock was speeding forward at an increasing rate. Bomb Man threw a full temper tantrum.
Wait till I get my hands on that tire!
He frantically tried to put out the fuse on his head as it burned down. Deluxe noticed the increased rate of the scoreboard clock.
Zoomer! Faster! 458! 459!
Zoomer crossed the finish line just before the clock hit the 5-minute mark. It lit up. Zoomer spun to a screeching halt. Deluxe cheered so hard, she ran down to the track and hugged Zoomer over and over, bursting into runoff sentences.
Z, you did it!
I did it? Oh man!
That was crazy! I thought I was gonna have a panic attack. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just out of breath.
Golly, what kind of sketchy track is this?
I know. What the heck?
Bomb Man's fuse, in the meantime, burnt completely down. His head exploded. Zoomer and Deluxe stood in shock. Their arms stretched out while the debris from Bomb Man's head fell like confetti all around them.
Bomb Man had a short fuse.
Only moments later, at the base of the control tower, a headless Bomb Man fished through a cupboard full of shelves where he stored several spare bomb-shaped heads. He felt his way around until he found one, and then screwed it onto his body.
If I keep this up, I'll never get to be the head of a major corporation.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. The featured song in this episode is Ski Whiff vs. Big Les, written and performed by Ski Whiff, courtesy of Jalapeno Records. Listen to it in full on Spotify. Original music by Stephen Schmidt, Taizo Audio, Little Red Church, Isaac Marshall.
The sports news did not waste any time getting the word out about Zoomer's cryptic qualifying event on Bombay Island. It was a good thing Proton was piped in on the outdoor big screen on Bombay Island so that he was able to witness the whole thing. Otherwise, we may have never known about it. I'm Pig Floyd, sports influencer and Shred Games commentator, and I'll tell you what, everyone was intrigued and curious about Zoomer and the Bombay Island event.
Breaking news in Shred Games. The 22-year-old footless skylock named Zoomer has officially qualified for the unicycle games.
That's right, Blowtorch. And I have it on good authority that there was some kind of peculiar qualifying event.
Casper, I did hear about that. That was very odd. Folks, we'll keep you updated.
Casper and Blowtorch weren't the only ones reporting it on their news feed. Just about every sports news program was plastered with a chyron of an oversized image of Zoomer. And I was about to get the interview of a lifetime with Zoomer's closest friends, which turned out to be very timely, because back on Bombay Island, Proton was about to up the ante on everything.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. Back on the Bombay Island track, on the outdoor big screen, Proton made Zoomer another offer.
I've got to hand it to you, kid. That qualifying event was a total sham, and you still made it through. You're going to the Shred Games.
Whoa, everything is happening so fast.
If you're up for it, come out to Proton's Arena tonight. I believe I know where to focus training you at this 11th hour.
Are you kidding me? I'm in. I mean, sir, I'm honored.
I have to warn you, it'll be intense. You'll be experiencing...
Suddenly, the big screen was disrupted with static.
What he'll be experiencing is some major interference. That's what he'll be experiencing.
Inside Major Trip's flying saucer, it was the Major himself causing the static. He switched on an app on its control panel that disrupted all communication from Bombay Island.
No communication and no heliohopper because I own them all. Good luck getting off that island.
Yeah, boss. Major interference.
Zoomer and Deluxe strolled along the beautiful beaches of Bombay Island. A blue skylock and a pink catgirl. They were savoring this moment after the success of the day when Zoomer had at last qualified for the unicycle games. His dream of performing at Proton's Arena was soon going to come true. Deluxe stooped to pick up a perfectly formed shell from the sand. Softly golden sand, with just the right comforting warmth. Glistening waves washed like white lace onto the crystalline shoreline. Zoomer raced through the shore break. His blue hair tossed in the breeze, uncovering his pointed ears. His blue skin tone stood out against the backdrop of the sandy beach as he playfully splashed Deluxe with ocean spray.
Hey!
She looked up at him and laughed.
You're getting my seashells all wet.
Zoomer thought to himself, this would have been a perfect stroll, had it not been for the fact that Smokescreen followed behind them like a lost puppy. A group of surfers ran up to each other along the beach. Buzzing with questions and pointing at each other's cell phones, something wasn't right. Zoomer tried his phone.
Shoot! Everything's gone dead. How are we going to get back to the mainland?
Sir, follow me.
Smokescreen waved them on to follow him away from the beach. Deluxe looked doubtful.
So he's your friend now? Why should we trust him? I saw him shoot arrows and bombs at you.
Yeah, you're right. He did. But I'm telling you, Deluxe, you're gonna need to see this for yourself. Smokescreen, can you explain to Deluxe, please?
Smokescreen knelt at Deluxe's feet and took her hand. His silver robot body was as stiff as a knight in shining armor, and he looked almost as chivalrous as he knelt before her and kissed her hand.
I am so sorry, Miss Deluxe. I knew Bombman was a bad guy, but I was his servant, under his control, until Sir Zuma came along. From now on, I vow my allegiance to my two new friends.
Okay. You can stand up now.
What did I tell you?
And stop kissing my hand, please.
In Pig Floyd's recent interview, he was able to question all of the close friends about what happened that day when Zoomer qualified for the Shred Games.
So you were all friends now. Zoomer had just made a historic win. And the three of you got stuck on Bombay Island? How did you ever get back to the mainland?
That was amazing.
Smokescreen interrupted.
Sir, excuse me. I knew about the bubble.
The bubble?
Yes, sir. In the old mine shaft. The bubble was a vehicle that used to transport metals from the island on a rail system underwater in the bay. It exited out at the Braggadocio Hole Geyser on the mainland.
The Braggadocio Hole Geyser? I think I remember hearing something about that.
Fast Ernie stepped up and chimed in.
Yeah, and that was one heck of an entrance, too. Now that Insane and I were there on a date, we were waiting for the geyser to blow, and bam, it blew all right. That bubble shot right out of that geyser.
It was crazy. Everyone there at the park was like, "What? What the heck just shot out of that geyser?"
And then, when the thing finally landed, all of a sudden, the top pops open, and out comes Zoomer and Deluxe, and Smokescreen, a skylock, a cat girl, and a silver robot. Smokescreen with that silver cone head, and those big round black eyes that look like two vintage vinyl records stuck on his face. It was classic.
Sir, do I really have a silver cone head?
Yes, Smokescreen. Yes, you do.
Well, I will have you know, sir, that my eyes are capable of binocular periscopic vision.
Smokescreen, you're awesome. And we've all come to love you. But it was hilarious!
At first it was funny. But the crowd. When they saw Zoomer was with us, they were like a mob. And Zoomer just freaked out.
Deluxe is right. The crowd began to rush on Zoomer. It got quite out of hand.
We had to get out of there any way we could. And guess where that ended up taking us?
Sir, all calculations indicated the only way to get to Proton's arena from the Braggadocio Hole location was to go through the gnarly forest.
Smart. Smart robot. He's right. The gnarly forest.
You all went through the gnarly forest? How?
I looked at Fast Ernie and I said, "Baby, you know what to do."
I knew exactly what she meant, too. She wanted me to convert into race car mode, but as a convertible race car. We'd done this before, just messing around. She sits high up on the back seat, nearly on top of the trunk, and does her thing. while I'm the wheels, the speed, and the navigation. It's fun, but this was her way of telling me Madame Insane had a plan.
A bit of teamwork, you see.
That sounds like a risky move on your guy's part. I mean, did you know how dangerous that was gonna be? The gnarly forest is condemned.
The gnarly forest, as it has come to be known, was indeed quite terrifying at the time we arrived. Although Zoomer and Smokescreen, Deluxe and I were sitting rather comfortably inside Fast Ernie in his convertible race car mode. But still, it was a ghastly, horrid place.
So why didn't you all just turn back? Why did you keep going?
Sometimes you've got to keep your eyes on the prize.
So she signals me with 3 pats on my trunk. That's when I revved up my engine and speeded things up. I didn't know how she was gonna do it, but I knew Madame Insane was gonna get us through that forest and get Zoomer to Proton's arena.
Oh my gosh, and with her hair. We started to drive through the forest, and her hair.
The gang escaped the rushing crowds by heading out a back way toward the gnarly forest. Meanwhile, Major Tripp watched on his video monitor from his flying saucer. He saw Smokescreen.
Unbelievable. Smokescreen, you traitor!
The video monitor showed the gang headed toward the haunted, gnarly forest that had long been quarantined.
Idiots! They're headed for the gnarly forest. Ugh. That place gives me the creeps.
Eraser jumped around, excited. His pencil eraser-shaped head bobbed up and down. His oversized royal blue clown shoes flopped like flip-flops on steroids. He bounced around, pointed to the big gold letter E on his chest with one hand, while he aimed his eraser finger every which way with the other hand.
My turn. My turn. I'll shoot his wheel off. I'll shoot his wheel off.
Shoot his wheel off? Why didn't I think of that before?
Yeah.
Trail him, but take good care of Deluxe.
The Major wore an evil expression and bit his lip. The mysterious, gnarly forest appeared dark and foreboding. When Zoomer, Deluxe, Madame Insane, and Smokescreen arrived, sitting inside Fast Ernie in race car mode. Convertible race car mode. They slowly entered. Suddenly, Muggentuts. Winged bat-like creatures flew out, screeching. Eraser peeked his head out from behind a tree. He was trailing them. Madame Insane hopped high up onto the top of the back seat, practically sitting on part of the trunk. And Deluxe hopped right next to her. Smokescreen and Zoomer sat up front. Fast Ernie revved up his engine. Madame Insane patted him on the trunk and nodded. Madame's beautiful thick waves of red hair formed into dozens of flowing arm strands, each with a will of its own. Trees on both sides of the road opened their eyes. Their twisted branches moved like arms. One large tree let out a blood-curdling laugh. Madame Insane's lovely hair strands formed a giant fist that roared back at the laughing tree. One of her hair strands pulled out a makeup case and handed it to Deluxe.
You're handing me makeup?
Yes, Deluxe. I'm handing you makeup.
Madame Insane opened the compact and began smartly applying a new shade of lipstick.
Like I always say, what doesn't kill us will only make us hotter.
Oh my gosh.
Madame Insane patted the back of the car. Fast Ernie sped up. Madame's hair locks then formed into shears and began to clip their way through the forest. Behind them, the cut branches flew up into the air and landed in a neat pile of logs on top of Eraser, burying him.
Ow! Ooh! Ow!
A giant robotic spideroid dropped in front of their faces by the thread of its web.
Not to worry, Deluxe.
Madame Insane's hair strands formed a net. She captured the spideroid and disposed of the trapped creature by casting it behind them.
Bye-bye now.
She waved goodbye as she let it go. Just then, Eraser popped out from under the logs. The spideroid flew smack into his face. It broke free from its net and attacked him.
Whoa! Yikes! Big hairy spideroid!
While Madame Insane's hair clipped away, she and Deluxe sat back, touched up their makeup, and enjoyed the ride. Suddenly, a swarm of Isabees buzzed toward them. A strand of Madame's hair shaped itself into a hive. It attracted the Isabees, and they busily flew inside. Madame Insane artfully hung her beehive hairstyle sculpture like an ornament onto a branch. Eraser was still wrestling with the spideroid on its face.
Get away from me!
Desperate, he blindly shot off his eraser finger. The eraser beam hit the thread of hair that held the beehive and knocked it down from the tree. Isabees swarmed everywhere. When Eraser finally pulled the spideroid off his face, he saw the Isabees flying right toward him.
Oh no!
They buzzed around his head until he raced off, frantic. Evening had fallen when the gang entered the parking lot. A soft neon sign flickered brightly. Its glowing electrified bulbs spelled out the words Proton's Arena, like an invitation from heaven. Zoomer excitedly hopped out of the race car.
We're here! Proton's Arena! I can't believe it!
The others followed suit, climbing out of the car one by one.
Excuse me, Miss Deluxe.
Giving Fast Ernie room enough to transform back into a Mobilot man.
I hope you guys enjoyed the ride.
Oh, I'm speechless. And Madame Insane. That was awesome.
Well, I do hope that this will be a day to remember.
Oh dear, madam. All I remember is those muggin tuts flew out like screeching bats. I was so nervous, I had to keep munching on snacks.
I screamed so loud. I didn't want those things to fly in my face.
I dropped my bag of snacks. It was so awful. And those creepy trees.
Hey, guys. Take a look at those creepy trees now.
When they looked back at the path of neatly trimmed trees left behind them in the forest.
Madam, that is what I call some outstanding tree trimming.
Madame Insane fluffed her long, beautiful red hair and smiled with a twinkle in her eye.
My dear Smokescreen, that is what I call a good hair day.
I can't believe she said that.
Oh my gosh, that's classic.
Eraser emerged from the forest, beaten, bedraggled, and angry.
Rugus, smagarugus, smagarugus.
Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z, we get to go to Proton's arena.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. The featured song in this episode is That Vibe by the TVC, featuring Cask XQ. Listen to it in full on Spotify. Original music, Isaac Marshall, Cosmo Lawson, Tizo Audio, Sarah Chapman, Sean Frierson.
Proton's arena is located at the tip of a peninsula on the coast of Major City. It's an innovative outdoor amphitheater. The stunt park was created to challenge world-class skateboarders, freestyle BMX riders, and unicyclists who want to explore levels of experimentation that would not otherwise be possible. This amphitheater has a unique seating arrangement. The seating rotates in 15-minute increments around a central circular show area. This allows spectators to view the riders doing their demos and contests from several different perspectives. The circular show area is cutting edge. It showcases a massive quarter-pipe ramp, a transparent clover bowl that elevates up and down, a spiral stair rail, kidney pool, several street toys, and revolving stunt obstacles. Zoomer showed up thinking he was going to be trained by Proton in a private type of setting. He couldn't have been more wrong. What Zoomer expected to be a private training with Proton turned out to be a full-on public event.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. That night, at Proton's arena, a packed crowd filled the stands. On the circular show area, Zoomer stood with Proton at the top of the vert ramp. He nervously grabbed Proton by the arm.
I don't understand. I thought I was here to do a training session. It looks like you're doing some kind of broadcast show.
You need to get used to performing in front of a crowd, and fast. It's good for you to feel under pressure doing these stunts. You're gonna face obstacles like these at the unicycle games. One more thing.
Proton pulled Zoomer toward him and inspected his arms.
Let me take a look at this.
The white sports tape was damp and was beginning to slide off. Proton pulled it off.
Oh, why did you do that?
Proton took his time to answer. He carefully examined the air jets on the back of Zoomer's arms.
Do you know what these are? They're air jets. You've been covering up air jets with sports tape. I'm surprised you've done so well this whole time when you haven't been using these.
Air jets?
Yes, and they can increase your speed up to 20%.
Whoa, no way. I want to try that.
You wouldn't want to use these right at the start of an actual race, more for pickup speed toward the end of a race. But today is for practice. You'll be okay. Follow my lead.
At the snack bar, Smokescreen munched on snacks. His robotic eyes converted into binoculars. He scanned the arena. He saw Fast Ernie seated with Madame Insane and Deluxe.
Ah, friends.
And then he spotted Eraser, sitting in the stands.
Uh-oh.
Smokescreen converted into a disguise. He wore a red and white striped shirt and a tall hat. He looked like Waldo. Smokescreen was determined to protect Zoomer. Also, he considered himself to be a master of disguise. In the stands, Eraser stared out at the show area. Smokescreen, in disguise, sat in front of him. His tall hat blocked Eraser's view.
How rude!
The tall hat was instantly erased. Eraser proudly blew on his finger like it was a pistol.
Nice shot.
Suddenly, hair on Smokescreen's head sprung up in front of him into a giant poof, Marge Simpson style. Now it was even taller than his hat was.
What? Ragus, ragus.
The hair erased. Smokescreen looked like a bald silver cone head.
Oh dear.
Eraser heard a ringing sound. He jumped and aimed his eraser finger. Then he realized it was his cell phone and answered it.
Major. Oh. You mean in the gnarly forest? No.
Blabbering yelling could be heard from the cell phone as Eraser held it away from his ear.
Sorry. We didn't count on that redhead's hair being so resourceful.
He spotted Zoomer, who had entered the show area.
Okay, I'm on it.
He ended the call, immediately began aiming his finger at Zoomer, when Smokescreen stood up and blocked his view.
You've got to be kidding me.
Smokescreen's striped shirt was erased right off his back. Bare-chested, Smokescreen screamed and ran off.
They'll never find Waldo now.
Eraser's eyes were laser-focused on Zoomer, who waited for his cue to begin his performance. Eraser set a target on Zoomer's wheel.
And now it's time for a little blue smudge of roadkill.
Proton began the show. He surprised the audience by taking off on a skateboard. He skated the vert ramp. His laser light wings glowed an electric purple blue. Proton landed back at the top of the vert ramp next to Zoomer. He was the MC of the broadcast event, and today he was specifically promoting the unicycle games.
It's a new day in Shred Games. We have Zoomer with us tonight. Let's give him a warm welcome.
The crowd roared. Proton talked to Zoomer away from the microphone.
Listen, Zoomer, about this crowd. I want to challenge you. You can't let praise or criticism get to you. It's a weakness to get caught up in either one. Follow your instincts the way you would on your track at home. Try to enjoy your skills.
Okay.
Zoomer dropped into the kidney pool. The air jets in his arms sped up his pace. He shredded a massive carve and launched a hip air off the clover bowl. His compact bowling pin body spun effortlessly. The audience cheered.
Yes!
Deluxe jumped up and down, clapping. Zoomer grinded up the spiral rail onto the deck. He sailed the half-pipe, high off the lip, in perfect double rotation. As he landed, he held his arms out like a ski jumper and skidded to a stop on the flat bottom. He burst into laughter.
This is so amazing! Wow!
Whoa! Zoomer has stomped the landing without bottoming out. That was tight.
The audience cheered. Proton shouted out instructions.
Zoomer, take it to the vert ramp and onto the slider rail.
Zoomer dropped into the vert ramp and launched into a huge backflip. But Eraser was hidden in the crowd, with his eye on Zoomer's wheel. He aimed his finger. Zoomer's wheel threw sparks as he grinded across the slider rail. And then Zoomer's wheel erased. He slammed into the step quarter and landed in a pile.
He's down!
No!
Everyone in the audience stared horrified.
We've got to get down there.
The gang, along with Proton, rushed to help Zoomer.
Zoomer!
Deluxe lifted up his head.
Are you okay? Please be okay.
You must have taken that laid-back grind too hard. Your wheel couldn't handle the torque and shattered.
It's over.
Zoomer looked crushed with disappointment. Proton was moved with compassion. He turned to Fast Ernie and Smokescreen, and he held out a set of keys to them.
Can one of you run up and bring me the suitcase that's laying on my desk? Bring the mobility aid, too.
Certainly, sir. I will take care of that for you.
Ah, but there was another member of the audience. Major Trip was flying overhead in his flying saucer, watching everything on his video monitor. He had just hung up his phone call with Eraser. He was wearing a sinister grin. Then, out of the blue, he randomly began talking puppy talk tease.
Who is a good boy?
He turned to his entourage of bulldog robots. They smiled, tongues hanging out, waiting for praise.
Who is a good boy? Who is a good boy? Is it you? Is it you? No! I think it's me!
The bulldog robots sulked in unison. They assumed the guilty dog position. The Major looked back at his monitor, where he could see Proton's arena below from high in the sky. He pressed a button, and the flying saucer began to descend. Back at the show area, Smokescreen returned with the silver suitcase and a mobility aid walker. He handed the suitcase to Proton. Proton opened the suitcase and pulled out a shiny new wheel.
It's a good thing I produced a couple of these wheel prototypes. One of them went missing, but this one's gonna work.
Zoomer looked at the wheel, speechless. Proton worked at diligently attaching it to Zoomer's lower body until it fit properly.
Take it easy, buddy. We'll get this to fit right.
Thank you, Proton.
Zoomer spun the wheel with his hand. All his friends surrounded him, ready to help in any way they could. But when Zoomer tried to get up, at first, he rolled forward a bit. Then the wheel comically whipped out from under him. He fell flat on his face. Fast Ernie and Deluxe tried to encourage him.
Don't let that crowd get to you. You did awesome today.
Not now, Fast Ernie. Stop trying to protect me.
He just cares about you.
Zoomer had to use the walker to get back up. He turned to Deluxe.
You know what? Maybe I don't need anyone to care about me. I thought you cared. That's what got me into this mess.
Deluxe looked shocked.
What? This is your dream.
No, I did this for you. You wanted me to enter the unicycle games, and it was way before I was ready.
Deluxe heard it as though he were accusing her.
Oh no. Don't even try to make this about me. You don't have to prove anything to me. This is about what do you want.
She stormed off. Fast Ernie and Madame Insane kept still. They stayed out of it. Proton pulled Zoomer off to the side.
She's right. What do you want?
Zoomer shrugged.
I want Deluxe.
She just said you don't have to prove anything to her.
You don't understand. I want... How's a guy like me ever gonna get a girl like her? When once again, I'm everybody's oddball joke.
Zoomer, you've got it in you to become the best kind of athlete. One who cares more about his character than what others think of him. Get used to that wheel, and you can still compete in the unicycle games.
No. I'm done.
Listen, Z. When we recognize that it's impossible for us to perform a duty in our own strength, that's when we can discover the secret to its accomplishment. You just faced your worst fear. That's the best place you could be.
Zoomer motioned to his walker.
Right.
Proton saw that Zoomer was holding back tears.
I want you to do a little exercise. Go home, get some rest. Take 5 minutes, just that much. Look up and pray. And I mean, pray your heart out. Get up, do a quick workout, and just for 5 minutes. Don't give up. See what happens.
Zoomer looked away to avoid eye contact. He pushed away on his walker. A concerned Proton watched Zoomer distance himself. Then suddenly the crowd roared, cheered loudly. Major Tripp's flying saucer was descending from the sky. It landed smack in the middle of the show area. The doors to the flying saucer opened. Major Tripp stood in the opening wearing a dazzling uniform. Every spotlight in the arena was on him. His sparkling yellow helmet and matching platinum and yellow space boots glistened under the lights as he marched out and made his grand entrance. He marched up the stage and toward the microphone. His entourage of bulldog robots marched in unison behind him. The crowd hushed as Major Tripp grabbed hold of the microphone. And then his voice boomed throughout the arena.
All right now, everybody, listen up. You all know me, and you know I'm here to show you a good time. I want you people to get up out of those seats, clap your hands, and move to the groove. Get ready to dance like there's no tomorrow. Are you ready? It's showtime!
And with that, the Major began to shake his booty. He began the showmanship routine of a lifetime. He was stealing the show. He marched up the middle of the show area, dancing like he owned the place. The bulldog robots marched alongside like an army of Michael Jackson backup dancers. Bulldog robots to the right, bulldog robots to the left. The Major waved to the crowds. Bulldog robots to the right, Bulldog robots to the left. The Major waved to the crowds. Proton stared daggers at Major Trip. Major Trip walked past him, toward Deluxe, showering her with his attention.
Deluxe, I heard what happened.
He turned to Zoomer with a show of sincerity.
Zoomer, I'm so sorry. You were doing so well, too. Can I help in any way?
No.
The Major turned to Deluxe and offered her his arm.
Well then, Deluxe, at least let me escort you home.
Deluxe looked over at Zoomer. She turned to the Major and took his arm. Eraser and the Bulldog robots paraded alongside them. The Major proceeded to flirt with Deluxe.
Hey, Deluxe, wouldn't we look cute on a wedding cake together?
They entered the flying saucer and flew off together. Zoomer looked miserable.
It's been said, success is never final, failure is never fatal. It's courage that counts. Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z, we'll witness another profound truth when Zoomer must face the reality that failure is not fatal, but failure to change might be.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Character quotes in this episode are attributed to the legendary coach John Wooden. Original music by Binks, Mark Fabian, Patrick Rundblad, Lost Harmonies, High Street Music.
The disaster at Proton's Arena affected everyone. Most of us were in shock. For Zoomer, his lifelong dream of performing with Proton at Proton's Arena didn't turn out the way he had it in his head at all. He went from hero to zero in one fell swoop when he lost that wheel. But the thing is, that wheel was more than sports equipment. It was his legs and his feet. Proton had given him a new wheel, which was an incredible gift. But Zoomer wasn't used to it, and he needed to use a mobility walker to assist him. How do you encourage someone in a situation like that to not give up?
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. The next day, Fast Ernie and Madam Insane accompanied Zoomer down the marble walkways of Shred Games Avenue. The aroma of warm bakery goods, the salted ocean air, the beautiful views, small green grocers, a myriad of boutique shops. All of it seemed to go completely unnoticed. It should have been a pleasant experience, even a bit of a rest. But as they neared the Shred Games Space Hop Café, there was no way to get around the reality that Zoomer was overcome with disappointment. It showed all over his face as he pushed along on that walker. Fast Ernie's strong opinions didn't help much either.
I tried to warn you, Zoomer. I mean, you did good last night, but too bad that wheel. Sheesh.
Madame Insane shook her head.
I think he has Deluxe on his mind right now, babe. Don't worry, Zoomer. She likes you. She does.
Zoomer clenched more tightly onto the handles of his walker.
She likes me? She likes me like a brother.
She kissed you on the cheek at the Shred Games Café. I heard all about that.
Yeah, and then she said I looked like a blue bowling pin.
She said that? A blue bowling pin? Well, maybe she likes bowling.
She likes Major Trip. Come on. She took off with him last night. And she's still wearing his M-Child hair clip that you can only get in Cantorini.
Well, I did say the Major's got everything. What?
Madame Insane shoved Fast Ernie in the arm. She gave him stink eye until he got her point.
Oh. Okay. Look, Zoomer, nothing's gonna change unless you talk to Deluxe. You have to swallow your pride and tell her how you feel about her.
Thanks, bro.
Go on. We'll meet up with you later.
Sorry I blew up at you.
It's okay. We're good.
The Shred Game Space Hop Cafe was just around the corner. The grandest coffee shop you'll ever see. More than a coffee shop, really, although they sell the finest coffee from all over the world. The ground floor restaurant offers a menu with dishes created by a world-class chef. Near the Wall of Fame in the left-hand corner of the cafe, customers can purchase Shred Games souvenirs and oftentimes meet visiting Shred Games athletes. A stylish space-age round glass elevator located at the center of the open seating area creates a unique ambiance, while it also serves to bring customers parked in the Space Hop Transit Tower to and from the ground floor cafe. For those who love the feeling of being on top of the world, there is a rooftop patio. They make very good coffee there, too. On this particular day, Deluxe was businesslike, working behind the counter as barista. Her long fuchsia locks were styled in a bun with a hair stick. Wisps of rose-colored hair complemented her pink cat ears. She was reaching over for her apron when suddenly Major Trip slid over the counter and handed it to her.
Hello there, little catastrophe waitress. Here's your apron.
Hi. How did you get in here? Where's all your entourage?
Surprised to see me again so soon?
The Major seemed silly. Or so she thought.
Yeah, I am actually surprised to see you so soon. Are you stalking me?
No, I just thought I'd drop in to see you without all the fanfare.
He moved in closer.
So, I heard you own the place now.
How did you know that? I just got the keys.
I have my ways. You know, you're a smart girl, Deluxe. But you should really start making smart choices.
Wow, that was random. Could you elaborate, please, Mr. Major Man?
Major Trip leaned in closer, trying to sell himself.
I mean, look at you. You're like, wow. The way I see it, it's a no-brainer. You should be with a winner like me, not with a loser skylock. You know, I'd really like for you to be in my section at the unicycle games, cheering me on tomorrow. I even brought a little something for you to wear.
He handed her a t-shirt. Deluxe held the t-shirt up to see how it would look on her. It said Major Fan on it. Across the street from the Space Hop Cafe, It was easy to tell that the cafe was open. There were customers outside enjoying their snacks at tables, each under a maroon vintage-style umbrella. Zoomer rolled across the parking lot on his walker and moved slowly toward the entrance of the cafe, where he found the glass double doors left slightly opened. A blanket of warm air hit him. The rich aroma of coffee, the chattering of customers, reminded him how popular this place was. He stood outside, quietly peering into the window. Was that Major Tripp with Deluxe? He watched through the window as Deluxe held up the Major fan t-shirt.
Oh no.
Then he watched her give the Major a hug.
She is with him now.
The window to the cafe was open, and Zoomer could hear Major Tripp talking.
You know, Zoomer would have gotten eaten alive in the unicycle games. He should be glad he lost his wheel. Saves him the trouble of more embarrassment.
Zoomer was downcast after that. He slowly rolled away, dejected. He never saw Deluxe shake her head no. He never saw her hand Major Tripp his t-shirt back. It takes courage to say no, to do the right thing because it is the right thing, especially when no one sees you, and sometimes even more so when someone does see you. When Deluxe handed Major Tripp back his t-shirt, he was off the charts offended, surprisingly short-tempered, a side of him that Deluxe had never seen before. He literally erupted before her big, beautiful pink eyes.
Thank you, Major, but I can't accept this. I can't do that to Zoomer.
What? You're saying no? You are saying no to me?
I'm sorry, Major.
In that brief instant, Deluxe snapped out of her daydreamy view of Major Tripp. Deluxe turned to serve a customer his first sip of coffee, when the Major moved in close. He tried to kiss Deluxe, against her will. She cringed and pushed him away.
What are you doing?
What do you think I'm doing? What's wrong with you? Do you know how many girls would love to be in your shoes right now?
Are you kidding me?
Deluxe pulled the MCL hair clip from her hair.
Here, I think you should take this. And I think you should leave. Now.
Oh, come on. All right. I'm leaving.
He stormed toward the glass elevator for a quick getaway. Was he even aware of how much he'd just embarrassed himself? Apparently not. Suddenly, he stopped. He scanned the interior of the cafe as though he had X-ray eyes, looked back at Deluxe and warned her.
Hey, Deluxe. You're gonna regret this.
Major Tripp left through the elevator to the rooftop patio.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe that just happened.
Customers on the rooftop patio of the Space Hop Café sat high above the village where they dined and looked out at the beauty of Shredopolis. Sea cliffs, ocean waves, pebbled beaches, Bombay Island. The major city skyline across the way with its various Shred Games venues and triple loop racetrack. Suddenly, a loud bang. A waitress dropped her tray. One irate customer.
Get out of my way.
Major Tripp. Goose stepped back and forth, pushed her out of the way while he searched for a cell phone signal.
Come on, pick up.
He marched towards his flying saucer, finally intent on leaving the premises, when he was overheard yelling into his phone as he climbed aboard.
Hey, it's me. You want a party?
That night, at the Orchanvilly field track, Zoomer wasn't comforted at all by the sweet-smelling Orchanvillies that normally made him feel at home. Instead, he felt forsaken. Even the once inspiring trapezoid swing, with its towering twin trees, had lost its allure. When the light of the moon shone through its hefty branches, Zoomer's eyes would only gaze listlessly at the shadow of the cross that it cast on the ground. A neatly folded piece of paper was under a stone, as if it were being held there by a paperweight. Zoomer never noticed it. He threw some logs into an empty fire pit near the workshop, lit a bonfire, sat down on a rock, and proceeded to stare into the hypnotic flames.
I remember that night. How could I ever forget it? I sat there in the Orchanvilly field staring into that fire, not really looking at anything, just thinking about how everything inside of me hurt so bad. I saw that piece of paper under that stone, but I didn't pay any attention to it. I was so frustrated. I shook that walker and yelled at the top of my lungs. It was a good thing no one could hear me. So many random thoughts ran through my mind. I remembered Proton's advice about prayer, but I just wanted to cry. Only what good would that do? So I folded my hands, bowed my head, and started to pray. I said, Lord, I need your help. I don't have anyone else that can help me with this one. All my life, all I've ever wanted was... I could hear Deluxe in my head.
Oh no, don't even try to make this about me. You don't have to prove anything to me. This is about what do you want.
And then I could hear Major Trip.
Zoomer would have gotten eaten alive in the unicycle games. He should be glad he lost his wheel. Saves him the trouble of more embarrassment.
It was all making me more angry. Until it hit me. And I cried out to God so hard. I said, Lord, why am I so controlled by what other people think of me? I don't want to be that person anymore. I should care more about what you think. Then I straight out asked him, can you make me into that kind of a person? Because I can't change myself. What is the right thing for me to do right now? And then the weirdest thing. A single thought pierced my mind in a way that was so pronounced it seemed to evaporate every other thought in my head. So I had to say it out loud, even if it was just to encourage myself. What if it is me who's supposed to do this thing? And what if it's not even about me? That was it. And I said, okay, Lord, if you want me, you can have me.
Zoomer looked at his new wheel. He spun it slowly with his hand. Then he made a decision. He would try to get up without the walker. He pushed himself upright. His balance held pretty well. Slowly, he rolled toward the obstacle course track.
There was this light out of nowhere on the track. But I was doing pretty good, so I just kept going.
Little by little, he moved more easily through the obstacle course.
I was surprised by how well the new wheel was working. It seemed as though that light was shining directly on me, though. Anyway, I started to pick up speed. The air jets in my arms began to expend air. That was crazy. I started to move really fast. I could see all these Orchanvillies out of the corner of my eyes. They were flickering here and there, illuminating. It was beginning to seem almost magical in that Orchanvilly field. Then I just took off.
He sailed through the sewer pipe, burning triple 360s along the concrete cylinder like a living corkscrew. He jumped off the cliff, speeding down toward the sandy beach below, where he spontaneously landed on the old pool slide and slid down it, screeching his new wheel as it rubbed along the side of the plastic. When he finally landed on the sand, he quickly picked himself up and worked his way back to the main track through the forest. Finally, there it was in the distance. The impossible trapezoid swing. It hung suspended in the air between the two twin trees like a quiet monster baiting its challenger to take it on.
The light shone so bright, I could see that trapezoid swing really well in the darkness of night. I took a deep breath. This was it. What did I have to lose? Yeah! Let's go!
He shouted out with an enthusiasm meant to encourage himself as he raced toward the giant quarter pipe ramp jump.
Woo!
He flew off the ramp.
I could feel the air jets in my arms, lifting me up and pushing me forward, higher, till my hands grabbed onto the bar of the trapeze. I caught the trapezoid swing.
He held on to that bar, and as he swung into a perfect double rotation, around and down, a shower of meteors rocketed through the sky above him. The thunderous sprinkling of glowing meteoroids radiantly sped through the atmosphere. A celestial constellation performing its divine dance. Zoomer flew across the gully toward the road on the opposite side where he landed. The speed of this kind of trajectory kept him rolling forward for several feet before he was able to finally come to a full stop. But at the end of the ride, he was still standing. He lifted his arms up high in the victory pose. He wept and laughed and smiled and cried all at the same time. The unexpected joy was so pronounced that he had to stop to catch his breath.
When I finally settled down, I looked around me. I was awestruck. No way. Orchanvillies illuminated everywhere. The entire Orchanvilly field was glowing in the dark. As I looked around at the beauty of the field, I spotted that piece of paper under the stone near the fire. I lifted the stone, unfolded the paper, curious to see what it was. It was my colored marker drawing. The one I had drawn when I was 6 years old and gave to Deluxe when we were kids. Wow, I'd forgotten all about that drawing. There was me, all scribbly looking, with a wheel attached to my body where my feet should be. I drew Proton in there too. A note from Deluxe was written on it.
Z, forgive me if I pressured you. I just want you to be happy. You don't need to perform to be loved. But whatever you choose to do everything with faith, working through love, because nothing else matters. XOXO, Deluxe.
I stood there dumbfounded, surrounded by glowing Orchanvillies. I remember thinking, "Ah, Deluxe." Then it hit me. Deluxe!
Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z, Zoomer's story continues.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. The featured song in this episode is Nearness of You by Loud Harp. Listen to it in full on Spotify. Original music by Felipe Adorno Vaseo, John Herberman, Sarah Chapman, Big Score Audio, Rimsky Music. This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. The rest of the world was asleep. It was dark on Space Hop Island, except for the city lights in the downtown district. An artful array of neon signs, meticulously crafted by local shop owners, illuminated the walkways along Shred Games Avenue, proclaiming their colorful messages. Create and Skate Skateboard Shop, Insane Hairstyle Salon, Swell on Wheels Bike Shop, Endless Swimmer Water Sports Company. The retro-futuristic neon sign of the Shred Games Space Hop Café glowed brightly atop the Space Hop Transit Tower. 3 flying saucers sat parked directly off the rooftop patio in an otherwise empty lot. Far below on the ground floor of the Space Hop Café, it was quite a different scene. It was nearly pitch black. The restaurant was closing for the night, and the rest of the lights were shut off. Deluxe was standing outside in the dark, locking up the entry doors. She heard a familiar voice coming from behind her.
Deluxe.
It was Zoomer standing in the dark in the parking lot.
I didn't want you to miss this.
Zoomer's arms were loaded up high with illuminated Orchanvilly flowers.
It's happening? Did Orchan ask meteor shower? Tonight?
She looked up at the dark, empty sky.
Yeah. The whole Orchanvilly field lit up.
They sat down together on the curb.
Your wheel.
This thing works great. You should see.
She tossed flowers into the air. They floated down like parachuting angels.
I got your note, Deluxe. That really meant a lot. Sorry I lost my temper at Pro Tom's Arena. You didn't deserve that.
No, I didn't.
You're not gonna make this easy for me, are you?
You're the first thought. I want you to know the grace you're made of. I want you to feel that you're mine, dear. Whoa, whoa. I want you to know.
The thing is, I need to know something. Are you, like, in love with Major Trip?
No. Okay, I'll admit I was flattered being the Major Trip and all, but he's not for me. He kind of turned out to be a creep.
She laid her head on Zoomer's shoulder.
All right, then. Look. There it is. The Orcanesque meteor shower.
Oh my heart. Does that ever bring a smile to my face?
I can remember the first time I made you smile.
You do make me smile. You always make me smile.
Deluxe stood up and playfully twisted and twirled the Orchanvilly in her hand while she danced.
Wow, this is even better than dancing in the moonlight.
Deluxe, I can't stand it anymore. You've got to know by now. I'm so in love with you.
I know that. And Z, you should know by now. You make me more than smile. Z, I think I've loved you since you were like 6 years old. When I first saw you spin like a bottle on the ground in the backyard.
Zoomer didn't laugh. He stood up, serious.
All this time, you've loved me? Why?
See, because you're you.
He rushed to embrace her.
Whoa!
Practically knocking her over.
Sorry, we did knock you over.
That wheel really is working. Oh my gosh, we're so fast. that wheel really is good.
Oh my gosh. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
They shared a tender moment hugging each other. Suddenly, a bright light from inside the cafe shined into Zoomer's eyes.
What is he doing in the cafe?
What? Who? Oh no.
Inside the Space Hop Cafe, Major Trip goose-stepped back and forth atop the counter. The jukebox-style music player began to play. The Major danced to the beat of the song.
Let's do this! Let's party!
Eraser swung from the hanging lamp above. Major Trip pointed at tables and chairs. Eraser shot his finger. The tables and chairs erased. The elevator doors opened. Major Trip's bulldog robots crowded into the cafe to crash the party. Major Trip hopped off the counter and danced around the room, tipping over the remaining tables and chairs.
Let's go!
Eraser erased them one by one. A felling axe rested against the Shred Games Wall of Fame. Major Tripp grabbed it. He'd knocked down the awards, posters, photos from the wall, including the photo of him and Deluxe. Eraser erased the rest of what was left on the wall, one by one. The Major maniacally rocked out with the felling axe in his hands. Eraser erased the Shred Games Wall of Fame sign.
Oh yeah! Kiss the Shred Games goodbye! Hello, Major Games Empire!
From outside, Zoomer stared through the front window.
We need help. I'm calling Fast Ernie.
He dialed his cell phone.
Voicemail. The police.
He dropped the phone. Deluxe latched onto Zoomer's arm. Zoomer slapped his hand on the cafe window, angry. He turned to Deluxe, grabbed her keys, and stormed toward the entrance.
What are you doing? You can't go in there. It's too dangerous.
Inside the cafe, Eraser flew off the hanging lamp and slid across the counter. He erased the stack of nuclear energy drinks, the plates, cups, and saucers. Then he slid off the counter, tumbled onto the floor, and danced, recklessly shooting his finger. Major Tripp was out of control.
Oh yeah! This place is worthless now. Leave it to me to create my own buyer's market.
The Bulldog robots hooted, howled, and applauded. Eraser shot at the music player, and it erased just like that. The music stopped dead. Zoomer stormed through the front door and he shouted,
"Stop this!"
Oh no, not you again. Could you be any more annoying?
Major Tripp stood atop the counter. Eraser slid in front of him, pointed at Zoomer's wheel, and waited for the Major's command.
You know, I'm finding it very difficult to resist the power I have to make you feel small.
Are you kidding me? Make me feel small? Been there, done that.
The lead Bulldog robot snarled.
That's it. You're going outside. Out!
He pointed to the open front door. The Bulldog robots assumed the guilty dog position. They whimpered amongst themselves and walked past Deluxe to leave.
You heard what he said. Out!
The Major nodded to Eraser. Eraser flaunted his stuff.
I'll shoot your wheel off.
Eraser shot, but nothing happened. He looked at his index finger. It didn't twitch. Eraser looked up, sheepish.
Uh-oh. Empty.
You know what? You should point that finger at yourself. Maybe you could erase all that's bad inside of you.
The Major looked at Deluxe.
And you? Did you really think I liked you? Honey, I just liked you for what I could get. But you preferred footless and fancy freak here. Good luck with that. You're not worth much now.
You know, for someone who supposedly has everything, you are one stupid man. You really don't know. A good woman like her, she's worth more than anything you can own.
Look, kid, I always get what I want. It's just a matter of time. And now that we're all done here, I've got to get ready for tomorrow. Big day. Gonna win the unicycle games and a decathlon game world's record. Yeah. Too bad you can't make it. Unless you want to come watch me win.
Oh, You want me to watch you win?
Zoomer got up into the Major's face.
You know, you should really be more careful about who you underestimate. Tomorrow at the unicycle games, I'm taking you on, dude. Prepare to be defeated, poser.
Dumbfounded shock covered the Major's face.
Go on. Get out of here.
Zoomer turned and rolled toward Deluxe. She could see Major Tripp and Eraser as they rushed toward the glass elevator to the rooftop patio.
I can't believe I just said all that. Are they gone?
Yeah, they're gone now.
The place looked a wreck.
Look at this. It's a nightmare.
Wow. They really trashed everything, didn't they?
There's a gigantic hole in the ceiling. All the tables and chairs are gone. Did you see the kitchen equipment and the stoves and fridge are gone too?
How can he get away with doing something like this?
I don't know. He's powerful. He owns almost everything. I guess he thinks he can do whatever he wants. Maybe he can, but I can't. I'm gonna have to sell this place, Zoomer. I can't afford to fix all of this.
You're not selling anything.
What are you saying?
I'll tell you exactly what I'm saying. I'm gonna win that prize money for you tomorrow, Deluxe.
I can't ask you to do that.
You're not asking. This is something that I want to do for you. If I win that prize money, it's gonna go to you so you can keep the cafe. Everything's gonna be all right.
He handed her a tissue and walked her toward the front door of the cafe.
Isn't that gonna be a lot of pressure on you to perform?
You know what? I'm not gonna think about the scary stuff right now. And neither should you. In fact, you know what I'm gonna think about? I'm gonna think about unfailing love and Orchanvillies.
Next time on Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z, we're going to the unicycle games.
This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Our Ski Whiff featured song in this episode is Smash and Grab, written and performed by Ski Whiff, courtesy of Jalapeno Records. Listen to it in full on Spotify. Featured song in this episode is You by Future of Forestry. Listen to it in full on Spotify. Original music by Mark Fabian, Poppy Black.
The day had finally arrived. It was the day of the unicycle games. To better illustrate what the unicycle games event is like, picture fearless, highly trained athletes on zany electric unicycles. They compete on what is essentially an obstacle course / racetrack. The unicycle games takes place on the massive Fast Track, a magnificent structure that's part obstacle course and part speedway with twists and turns and a triple loop racetrack. If you recall, the Fast Track is located in Major City, just outside of the Major Income Office building. It's where Zoomer did his first tryout. In case you don't know by now, I'm Pig Floyd, sports journalist and Shred Games commentator. I was sitting in the press box with the other sports journalists when we saw Zoomer and Proton headed toward the unicycle game's startup line. What a rush! Most people had given up on Zoomer after he lost his wheel at Proton's arena. But here he was, showing up for the unicycle games. That was it for me. I had to go find all of Zoomer's friends and sit in his fan section with them.
This is the Shred Games new podcast, Shred Games, The Legend of Kid Z. A sense of anticipation could be felt everywhere at the event grounds where the unicycle games were being held. Coaches, supporters, vendors, the entire grounds were abuzz with crazy activities. A Moldorama skateboard maker captured photos of passers-by and superimposed them onto skateboard decks. Kids jumped up and down on a giant inflatable pyod. Zoomer and Proton made their way through the courtyard toward the unicycle game's startup line. Zoomer looked up at Proton. He stopped.
Would it be all right if I made a quick call?
You got some family to call, son?
Yeah.
He dialed his cell phone.
Hello?
Hey, Fast Ernie. It's me. I had to let you know. It turns out I'm going ahead with it after all. I know it's risky and all that.
It's okay. I respect your decision.
Thanks. The thing is, I want you to be here. My race is this afternoon and I don't know how to say this. You're the only dad I've ever known.
Okay, buddy. I'll be there.
Love you, man.
Love you too.
The fast-track stands were filled with an exuberant audience waiting for the unicycle games that were about to begin. Major Tripp made his entrance, dressed in a bright new uniform, a shiny new helmet, and brand new boots. He waved to the crowds in his signature showmanship style. His entourage of bulldog robots were dressed in custom-made Major Fan t-shirts. The bulldogs literally filled the Major Tripp section in the stands. Their applause was noticeably weak, though, as the Major passed by. One bulldog robot munched on a huge dog bone and didn't applaud at all. Major Tripp nodded to Eraser. The dog bone erased. After that, the rest of the bulldog robots applauded much louder. Zoomer's section in the stands was filled too. Deluxe, Madam Insane, Fast Ernie, and the three waitresses from the Café sat waiting for the games to begin, while Smokescreen munched on snacks and Pig Floyd shot video. Deluxe looked down the track to see where the unicyclists were warming up.
There he is!
Woohoo!
I see him!
Yay!
There's Zoomer.
Yep, there he is.
Go Zoomer!
What is he wearing?
Zoomer pulled his jacket off. He was wearing a white t-shirt with a gigantic black Z spray painted on his chest. He rolled back and forth, testing his wheel. Every once in a while, he would look up at the crowd, nervous. Proton seemed calm. He kept patting Zoomer on the back, but then he noticed that the white sports tape was wrapped around Zoomer's arms. He thought it was strange, but he never said a word. The massive garage door of the fuselage garage opened with a view of the entire Unicycle Games event. Inside the garage, Eraser went over final instructions with Major Tripp. He pointed at the Super Turbo button on the Uniracer 5000.
You need to remember, Wait for the right time to push the super turbo button for those high-octane booster gels to kick in.
Who's the champion here? Me or you? I know what I'm doing.
Major Tripp sarcastically pointed to a wheelbarrow full of cash.
You need to remember to take that stash of cash over there and place a fat bet on me.
Major Tripp climbed aboard the Uniracer 5000 unicycle. He prepped for the event by pedaling around the garage. He glanced out the garage door and was disgruntled to see Zoomer and Proton on the unicycle track's infield.
Ugh, everywhere I look it's that blue blob. I'm so over it. Eraser, Tutu, exterminate that pest.
Oddity Bot Tutu rolled through the fuselage garage carrying an armload of eraser gel capsules. He dumped them into their bin. The sign-marked eraser gel capsules fell off the bin and onto the floor. Outside at the snack bar, wouldn't you know it? Who else would be hanging around the snack bar? None other than Smokescreen. What's this? His robotic eyes converted into binoculars. Ah, he spotted Eraser at the betting booth. Smokescreen disguised himself as an ice pyod vendor. He wore a white cloak, a beanie, and a Groucho Marx mustache. He grabbed an ice pyod cart and began to push it. He pushed the ice pyod cart along and spoke with a phony Italian accent.
Ice pyod! Getta you ice pyod! Getta you skishy scooshy, also juicy, tootsie fruitsy, ice pyod!
Eraser stood in line at the betting booth with the Major's cash-filled wheelbarrow. Smokescreen rolled his cart close to Eraser.
Hey guy, I got something hot for you.
Smokescreen distracted Eraser, and several people rushed to get ahead of him in line.
No, thanks. I don't like hot ice pyod.
Smokescreen refused to give up. He continued in a secretive whisper.
I no sell no ice pyod. That's a phony baloney. I got a hot tips for you. $1.
Eraser saw that his wait in line was much longer now. He hurriedly brushed Smokescreen off.
No. Some other time.
Back at the fuselage garage, Major Tripp yelled out,
Tutu, fill her up.
Tutu saw two identical bins with no signs. But there were two signs lying on the floor. One read, Eraser Gel Capsules, and the other read, Uniracer Fuel Capsules. Confused, Tutu mistakenly loaded Eraser's eraser gel capsules into the fuel compartment in the back of Major Tripp's unicycle. Tutu loaded capsule after capsule into an overpacked fuel compartment. He could barely shut the hatch. Major Tripp revved his engine and his vehicle rolled out. Casper and Blowtorch reported from the Unicycle Games press box.
At long last, the Unicycle Games. Will we see history made today, Casper?
Could be, Blowtorch. Let's see how our riders are shaping up.
As the unicyclists waited at the starting line, each warmed up the pedals on their electric unicycle. There was Duckbill, a robotic duck with a pinwheel hat. He hiccuped, and his vehicle rose several feet into the air. And as he came down, his pinwheel hat spun around.
Uh-oh. Looks like someone's got a case of the pre-game jitters.
Oh Boy's vehicle looked like a giant inner tube with pedals. He held onto a handlebar that emitted jet fire on each side. Cubehead, a skinny dude with a square-shaped head, rode an electric unicycle with a giant exposed battery that charged as its wheel turned. Dred Loxley, the dirtbag, was in the lineup. He stood next to his electric unicycle, the 8-ball, which looked exactly like a black billiard 8-ball from a pool table. He stared daggers at Zoomer. Zoomer rolled back and forth on his new wheel, nervous. He caught Dred Loxley staring at him. Zoomer nodded.
Let's go. It's a race.
Blowtorch looked down the track.
Wait a minute. Who's this kid with the giant Z spray painted on his shirt? I don't see his name on the list.
Casper turned to Blowtorch.
That's Proton's new kid.
Zoomer warmed up. He showed off his trick moves with a flip and a spin-out turnaround. He flaunted his big Z.
Ooh, Kid Z! Show us what you can do!
Dred Loxley scowled. Dirtbag Totus assisted Dred Loxley and helped him climb aboard the 8-ball unicycle. The Major warmed up in his Uniracer 5000. The start lights flashed. The flag went down,
and they're off.
Zoomer took off. Oh Boy, the inner tube, sped ahead. He was the first through the triple loop. He held onto the handlebars as his jets fired on each side.
Oh Boy forges into an early lead.
The 8-ball moved backward, forward, and side to side around each rider, until he got stuck behind Duckbill. Duckbill hiccuped and rose several feet off the ground. The 8-ball rolled right beneath him.
The 8-ball is on the move.
When the robotic duck landed, he was behind in the event.
And the 8-ball takes his cue. He wins the top position.
The unicyclists faced their first obstacle, the undulating road. Zoomer sped ahead with his eye on the 8-ball, but its rider maneuvered so well that Zoomer could not get around it. Into the triple loop, the 8-ball moved to the left, to the right, frustrating Zoomer's every maneuver. Dirtbag Dred Loxley popped his head out of the top hatch of the 8-ball like a jack-in-the-box. He busted out with a sinister laugh. His brief appearance was intimidating. He quickly shut the top hatch and sped ahead. Major Tripp happily steered his Uniracer 5000 toward the next obstacle, the zigzag cones. He looked in front of him and saw Oh Boy riding the inner tube. The Major shook a box of tacks in his hand.
I think Oh Boy wants to show us his tactical maneuvers.
The Uniracer 5000 sped past the inner tube. A dastardly look was on the Major's face. The Major dropped tacks on the track out in front of Oh Boy. The inner tube drove right over them.
One down.
Oh Boy whirred out of control. As the air deflated, Oh Boy's inner tube flew ziggy-zaggy like a balloon right through the cone's obstacle and headed for the ramp jump.
Oh no, folks. It looks like we have a rider down. It's Oh Boy.
Oh Boy held onto the jet-propelled handlebars for dear life. Suddenly, Zoomer rushed to help the injured rider.
What's this?
Ho! Will Kid Z risk losing this event to help a fallen rider?
Zoomer slalomed alongside the derailed rider. He ripped the sports tape from his arms. His air jets fired up. He accelerated like crazy.
Look at this!
Oh boy, let go! I got your back!
Oh Boy let go. Zoomer grabbed a hold of him, carried him up the ramp jump, and launched into a monster aerial flip way high up where he suddenly flung old boy into the air.
Oh! Monster aerial flip by Kid Z.
Old boy shot through the sky like a home run hit out of a baseball park. He soared through the air, flew completely off the track, past the vendor stands, soaring and soaring until finally he safely landed on the giant inflatable pie-odd.
Oh! And the happy landing for Oh Boy.
Now there's some sportsmanship you don't see every day.
The crowd cheered. Deluxe jumped up and down. But Zoomer had fallen far behind in the race. Major Trip looked back and sneered at him.
Don't pat yourself on the back, Skylock. Nice guys finish last.
He switched on the vehicle's Bluetooth phone and yelled into it.
Eraser, come in. Come in, Eraser.
Back at the betting booth, Eraser's face lit up. Smokescreen was busy distracting Eraser. He held up a gigantic rainbow ice pie-odd. Eraser yelled at him.
Hey!
Startled, Smokescreen's ice pie-odd flew out of his hands. Smack! Head-on into Eraser.
I thought you said the ice pie-odd was phony baloney.
I'm so sorry. Let me clean you off.
No, no, no.
Smokescreen began wiping the pie-odd juice off of him.
Get away from me.
Desperate to get away, Eraser ran like crazy. On the fast track, little by little, Zoomer was catching up. He passed one rider, then another. Once again, he had his eye on the 8-ball. This time, when the 8-ball maneuvered to keep from being passed, Zoomer came up from behind and drove right over him. The 8-ball rolled over onto his back. A message underneath him read, "Outlook, not so good."
Whoa! Kid Z sinks the dreaded 8-ball. Look at this skylock go!
Kid Z has passed everyone now, except for Major Trip.
Major Trip continued to gloat as he sped along. He glanced into his rearview mirror.
It's winter time for me. Me. I'm so in love with me.
The Major is pulling through the triple loop now, the most challenging and dangerous portion of this track. Wait, the kid just sped into the triple loop.
Unbelievable. Kid Z has come from way behind. Looks like he's about to pass Major Trip on the straightaway.
A major upset in the making.
Major Trip, irate, pounded his steering wheel. He pushed the super turbo button. Nothing happened.
Come on, kick in, baby.
He switched on the vehicle's Bluetooth phone and yelled into it.
Eraser, erase that Skylock's wheel.
There was no response.
Eraser, come in. Where are you?
Meanwhile, Eraser was still running away from Smokescreen. He ran into the restroom and slammed the door behind him.
Good idea. Use the restroom.
Smokescreen stood outside the restroom door, guarding it to make sure Eraser couldn't leave.
Give that eraser finger a rest. That's the kind of rest I'm talking about.
Back on the track, the finish line was approaching fast. Zoomer raced through the last obstacle, the rails, the same obstacle where he lost his wheel at Proton's Arena. He burned through it. Sparks flew off his wheel as he grinded the slider bar.
Look at that! Kid Z has just ripped past Major Trip.
Zoomer raced ahead, while Major Trip tried desperately to catch up.
But wait, spoke too soon.
Major Trip pushed down hard on the super turbo button until it finally clicked in. The Major accelerated at an incredible speed. Through the rails obstacle, neck and neck with Zoomer. Zoomer sailed off the slider bar.
Kid Z grinding that slider bar. That is one high-speed grind right there. Nice! He catches the rotating launch pad at the end of the rails, and he catapults.
The Major hung in there with him. But when the Major catapulted into the air, his wheels suddenly spun out of control.
And wow, what is going on with Major Trip's wheel?
When Zoomer soared across the finish line, Major Trip crossed the finish line, too close to call.
Ho! Photo finish!
Checkered flags went up.
I think Kid Z crossed first.
I think Major Trip crossed first.
But when Major Trip crossed the finish line, poof, gone.
In just one moment, the conclusion to our story.
Shred Games, a very different world of sports. Visit us online at shredgames.com, home of the Shred Games podcast, and check out our exclusive Shred Games brand t-shirts. Life is a ride. Make it unique.
Pretty quickly, the finish line at the unicycle games became a media circus. Major Trip's disappearance? Who actually won? It all resulted in a media frenzy. It happened so fast, everyone was startled. They had to call in the photo finish judges. The completed photo finish image showed the location of Zoomer and Major Trip in the field as they crossed that finish line. After several minutes of discussion, it became clear that Zoomer had won the race.
And there it is, folks. Kid Z has won the unicycle game.
No one has beaten Major Trip in 10 years. Whoa! He just lost his chance at the world record.
But hang on, what happened to Major Trip? He disappeared.
Looks like he doesn't want to be a major loser, eh?
Talk about not being able to show your face.
Proton had the honor of awarding Zoomer with a significant cash prize purse in the form of a giant check. He won an impressive trophy, too. Mere seconds later, he'd already found his way to Deluxe, where he handed her the giant check. I was there with all his friends when he gave it to her. The smile on that guy's face when he handed her that check, that was priceless. He lifted Deluxe off the ground at that point and gave her a huge hug.
We did it! Yeah, we did it, Deluxe!
Z, that was incredible.
Later that day, back at home, Zoomer and Deluxe sat snuggling close for hours, surrounded by a field of captivating Orchanvilly flowers.
Did I tell you? I prayed.
I prayed too.
Wow. Look at this place, this field. The unfailing love of God.
It reaches to the skies.
She laid her head on Zoomer's shoulder.
Hey, did you notice? Everyone's calling you Kid Z now.
What? Because of this shirt?
Where can I get one of those shirts?
You can have this one.
A giant sun glowed behind them in the sky, like a beautiful, happy ending.
Hold on, hold it. What ever happened to Major Trip?
What ever happened to Major Trip? Sounds like the title to a black and white horror film. And that may not be too far off. The answer to that would take an entire podcast of its own. What people said about Major Tripp to investigators encompassed a full range of possibilities. The Major was infamous in the community. Some said that Major Tripp was a narcissist who had found a way to escape an unflattering loss. Was he hiding? Or had he been erased? Supposedly, Eraser's prosthetic index finger wasn't able to erase people. But perhaps dozens of eraser gel capsules accidentally shoved into a Uniracer 5000 fuel tank might have, in the end, done the job after all. Why am I telling you this? Shortly after his disappearance, Major Tripp stood up on his Uniracer 5000 unicycle. When he popped open the top of the unicycle to get a better look, his mind went blank. He was lost, floating in an invisible world. He was drifting as weightless as an astronaut in a world that looked like outer space, except for no stars and no planets. Nothing but space.
What's going on? Where am I?
Out of nowhere, Zoomer's original wheel floated by. Several other items that had been erased floated by. The argumentative couple's flying saucer. The huge dog bone that had belonged to one of his bulldog robots. The Wall of Fame sign.
Oh no.
The unpaid check from the Café floated by. It stuck right onto the visor of Major Tripp's helmet and blocked his view. More unpaid checks alit to the Major's helmet. A lifetime's worth. This has been the Shred Games podcast, Shred Games, the legend of Kid Z. I'm Ross Fout. Our podcast is written, directed, and produced by Lynn Rutke. Additional writing by Robert Lentz. Story consultants are Mike Hill, Steve Storm, and Justin Rutke. Much appreciation and love to all. Our featured song in this episode is Little Spot of Soul, written and performed by Ski Whip, courtesy of Jalapeno Records. Listen to it in full on Spotify. Original music by Joybird, Josh Garrels, Louis II, Beza, Mark Fabian, Jack Pierce, Chris Faze, Quality Quest.
The Shred Games podcast would like to acknowledge the following in the production of this series. Narration, Ross Fout. Voice acting and sound design, Lynn Rutke. Music and sound licensing and programs, Jalapeno Records. Pedigree Cuts, Universal Music, Premium Beat, Music Bed, Shockwave Sound, 11 Labs, Garage Band, Audacity, Pixabay, Zapsplat, Pond 5. The producer would like to thank the following friends who contributed to her initial Kickstarter: Sudoc Ross, Bruce Cooker, Mike Hill, Janice Warner, Lisa Fitch, Molly Jensen, Roxanne Rubia, Paul Bowman, Michelle Pascal, Bill Bringhurst, Fred Huddleston, Stephanie Turner, Scott Rode, Amanda Edson, Shannon Wallum, Mark Strauss, Jenny Higgs Brown, Matt Doggenbaugh, Christine Schwann, Julie Levi, Julie Carlson, Barry Schaefer, Margaret Demerol. Much appreciation and love to all.